Hello, babes, lovers, angels, rebels, dark, broody oracles. I hope that you guys are all doing so well. Did I miss a category? Let me know if I missed a category that you fall in. But I hope you guys are doing so well. It's Lisa. This is Moon Sun. We're going to do a pick a card reading because I felt called to it. And the topic, there's a Luna hair stuck in my lip gloss. That's cool. The topic we're looking at is how truly calibrated or compatible are you with the person that you're inquiring about. So this could be someone that you're with already, that you want more insight into. This could be someone you just met. This could be an ex. This could be anyone, really. So take it how it resonates for you. And keep your mind open if you're going into this reading not having someone in particular in mind, because any of those options could be showing up depending on what energy is most prominent, like most prominently attached to yours right now romantically, okay? So, this reading is timeless, so you can watch it whenever you feel called to it. And I'm going to look at both of your sides of things here, so that I can compare the energies and see how well they mesh together. So the other thing is, when there are two or more people in a reading, the roles could always be reversed. So if you feel like I'm talking about them, but it really sounds like you, and vice versa, just take it how it resonates for you, okay? Your intuition always knows what's up. So don't get too confused. Just kind of let the message resonate and hit you. Don't get too fixated on the details. Kind of focus on the big intuitive picture and the sense that you get when that comes through for you, okay? What else? Yeah, this is also a snapshot of your compatibility, more so right now than overall. I am going to look at what your like overall big picture compatibility is, but this is also mostly going to be based on your current calibration to each other. So we'll take a look at both, but keep in mind, energy is constantly shifting and changing, and so things can always shift and change. So I want to focus more on whether you guys are compatible with each other based on where you're at right now. Okay. So we have four groups. And for this one, I felt called to have an item and a crystal for each group. So just go based on what feels right to you, okay? Okay, so group number one. You get my cute little arcade toy that I won playing games at the arcade, like the big kid that I am, and the topaz. I don't know what this guy is. He looks like a fox, like a blue fox, but he doesn't have a tail. Maybe he is a bear. He can be whatever you want him to be, okay? This is group number one, the topaz and the arcade toy. I'm also going to put an overhead shot at the end so that you guys can see them next to each other and see if one like shines or stands out to you in that way. Okay, group number two. You are the shell and the lapis lazuli. Lapis. The shell. Okay. Group two. Group number three. Okay, you guys are the OK key, that is also a knife, and the red aventurine. I don't know if you can see how red it is. Red aventurine and the knife key. In case someone stalks me out of the mall and into the parking lot and I have to murder a man. Oh, you know, just in case. It's always good to be safe. All right, so the OK knife and the red aventurine. I'm not advocating violence, by the way. And then group number four is the origami crane and the Dalmatian jasper. Okay. The crane. And the origami crane. And the Dalmatian jasper, okay? So I will put the overhead shot of all the items and the stacks of the piles with the crystals as well up now so that you guys can take a look and just see if anything calls to you, like when you see them all together in a line. If there's anything that you're wondering about me, how to book me for a private reading that'll be through Etsy, how to donate to the channel, how to contact me, join our Discord group, or find me on social media. And I did just create an Instagram account for both of my channels combined. So for Flow State and for Moon Sun Tarot. So that is also in the info box down below. There will be timestamps in the info box as well as in the pinned comment so that you can just skip right to your group whenever you're ready. I love you guys. As always, thanks for choosing to hang out with me. And if you want to let me know in the comments if the reading resonates or by liking the video, that's always appreciated, okay? But yeah, thanks for just being here. And I will see you at your group. Hello, group number 1. You're in group 1 if you chose the topaz in this little arcade friendo here that we've got. You could be dealing with a Scorpio because topaz is one of Scorpio's, I think it's Scorpio's birthstone maybe. It's one of their stones. Also, when I was tapping into your energy, I heard this disappointment is good karma, or this disappointment was good karma. So I'm not really sure because I haven't looked into the cards at all yet what that might mean, but I did hear that. So if that resonates for anyone. But it could be that maybe with this person, there was some sort of breakage or a disappointment that happened. But I feel like it was potentially to protect you or to guide you in some sort of way. I don't know. We'll find out. This could have been someone that played a lot of games or maybe is a player, or you perceived them to be that way maybe. Whether that was actually true or not. I feel like if this person does act like a player, it's because they're sad inside, because he's blue. But it's making me feel like sad panda vibes. I don't know. That doesn't give anybody the right to act like a dick. You know, if you're hurting, that's where the whole hurt people thing comes from. And it's like very real. So we're not excusing anyone's actions, but I do feel like if someone acted like a little bit of a butthead, it's because maybe they are in a period of, I don't know, they're sad. They're not happy with their life or where they're at for some reason. So let's take a look. So we are going to look at them first. And like I said before, if this resonates as you, not them, then just reverse it. But we'll look at their overall energy, then the current phase or like era of life that they're in, or chapter of life. And then we'll look at where they are at within that phase. So how they're experiencing where they're at. Okay, then we'll do the same for you. We can get a good vibe of what's going on with both of you in life right now. Okay, so we're gonna mix also Oracle and Tarot cards, so just flow with me. And I have already pulled the main spread just to save time, but I'm gonna clarify as we go. So their side of things. Okay, so their overall energy, they're coming out as the scribe, which says preserving knowledge and information, and the shadow attribute is altering facts or plagiarizing others' work. And it's with the Ace of Cups. This is them, huh? Well, this person on this side here, There's someone who is, I heard fool for love, but I feel like it's not in the way that initially comes to mind. I don't feel like it's that this person is foolish. I feel like it's that they know the only way to learn is like hands on, or maybe especially with love, obviously. It's something that you can't learn just by like watching a rom com or reading a novel, or even watching it in other people. Love is something that you have to experience. And with this Ace of Cups here, this person's not afraid to be a fool for love, but I think that that just means they're not afraid to jump wholeheartedly into love when love offers itself as an opportunity. And it's because they want to understand, they want knowledge. This person could be a writer or an artist of some form. But I feel more like this is something that they almost, it's like they're trying to figure it out. It's almost as if they came into this lifetime trying to figure out love or their heart. That was part of their path or their purpose in this life. Maybe that's something that they weren't as focused on in recent past lives. Like they were focused more on the development of their individual soul on like a solo path, more of a hermit path. Or maybe they were more focused on family, not having their own family, but taking care of their parents or siblings or something, or work. But in this life, this person is here to love, and they're here to figure out their own heart. This could be someone that is, for that reason, they have many experiences in love and many different experiences. It's because they're learning like the whole scope of things. And it has to do with knowing what they do want and what is meant for them and aligned with them truly and what is not. It's almost like they are disproving what is false or what facts about love have been altered that have been either told to them or shown to them, but never really resonated with them as what love truly is. They have a very, like a huge and pure heart space, this person. Anything else about that? Yeah, exactly. The Queen of Swords. They're trying to figure it out, right? They want to learn. And the Queen of Swords learns very much through the culmination of her experiences. That's what kind of creates her discernment. It's like the culmination of everything that she's learned and experienced thus far is kind of what she is accessing or tapping into with this knowledge. So this person is very intelligent. They might be very emotionally intelligent as well. Definitely, because I feel like every experience with love that they have, it teaches them about themselves. It teaches them about the psychology of humans. It teaches them about maybe divinity as well, because obviously, like, true, pure, unconditional love is just source energy. If love is a battlefield, this person's they're out there on the front lines, you know. They're not afraid to lose a little blood if it means figuring out their heart space. And it's definitely not something, there are some things that you can kind of just observe. You can watch and you can get a pretty good idea. But with love, it's definitely not like that. You have to get in there, get your hands dirty. One might even say that you do have to know pain and loss to really know what love is as well, or apathy even, because there is a duality to all things, and knowing the dualistic or like the polarity of something, it helps you understand the other thing better as well, because you can compare and contrast and you have that scope. So this could be someone who has experienced a lot of pain or periods of apathy and disconnection, or even in something that claimed to be love but really took them further from their heart or themselves. They're on a pretty deep journey though to get to know this, but they definitely could be someone that preserves the knowledge and the information they learn, whether they just keep a journal, um, or whether they're sharing that information with other people. It doesn't have to be written. It could be like they have a YouTube channel, and they share their experiences. Something about that. Okay, so the current phase or chapter of life that this person is in is the Ten of Wands and the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, they're in a bit of a untempered, imbalanced place. It's because they're dealing with a lot of heaviness right now. Wow. 4, 5. There's 5 major arcanas here at the back of the deck. This person is going through something, to say the least here. They have a choice to make, but the choice feels heavy, and it feels like they're kind of shrouded in darkness and weighed down as they're trying to make maybe what is kind of an important life choice, or it's a choice that has very much to do with like directing, pointing themselves towards a trajectory that they're going to then like kind of sprint forwards towards. Or it's like they're at a crossroads, right? And they're choosing which road to travel down. So they might feel like there's not a lot happening right now other than just feeling the weight of needing to make some sort of important choice. And they're being shown some imbalances which might feel kind of uncomfortable at this time. Like things could just feel quite turbulent for them. There's strong Gemini energy on their side. I feel like these are the two options that they have for going in. It's like one road and then the other road. Yeah. So the first one, and I feel like this is where they are now, and this is where they'll be if they don't make a change, because this is telling me something needs to shift or change with Death in reverse, and it's not with the Tower in reverse. This is kind of intense energy, because this could be a very stubborn person. Like when they set their heart or mind to something, it's hard to shift them, because I feel as though the universe has sent them some pretty intense transformative energies to shake shit up and try to push them in a new direction. And this person, as it stands, is still resisting whatever change this is. And this is what feels so heavy. What feels so heavy is not the choice itself, it's the not making it. This person, it's like they've extended this choice out, but I feel as though it's kind of obvious what they're being asked to do or what would be the best option for them. There's something here that's kind of just, it's expired. It's not changing. It may have already fallen apart, and this person's just hanging out in the ashes over here. But the other option for them is the Magician and the Wheel of Fortune. The Magician's just looking at the Wheel of Fortune like, yeah, I know what I want. I'm going to call that ish in. And it's right there. It's like so close. He could just reach over and boop it with his nose. Like, you could taste it. You can feel it. You can touch it. But there's something about this person struggling to let go of something that I want to say is maybe already gone. They're holding on to something sort of painful because maybe it feels a little bit more comfortable than making a shift and moving forwards. Or maybe there's something that they would need to grieve that they're uncomfortable with looking at. But yeah, currently they're under the weight of some sort of heavy choice. And it has physical implications in their life. They need to make a decision and then move. So again, they're at a crossroads. So you don't just decide, I'm gonna go down that one, and then you just stay at the crossroads, right? Like you move physically down the road that you've chosen. It's also clarified by this fire card, but it came out in reverse. So it's, I mean, the Ten of Wands with fire in reverse, this is almost the energy of the Ace of Wands, or just all the fire energy. But this is being kind of drained of it, like reaching the end where things are so heavy that you're using all of your life force energy just to be in the situation or the experience of the Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands is very draining energy. Draining on like a soul level. It's something that just weighs you down. And it really can only be sustained for so long. This person's doing a pretty good job of like fighting to stay there, because I feel like there are towers. This is like a post-apocalyptic world, and there are towers falling all over. Next to this person, like lightning bolts, explosions, bringing shit down. And there's like an enemy or an army like closing in on them, like some sort of tension. It's like they can't stay where they are. An army of zombies coming towards them. They need to make a choice. And the more that they choose to stay here, the more that they're kind of giving their power away here, whether they know it or not, because they're choosing something kind of difficult. There's a good chance this person doesn't realize how much staying in this state is taking from them, or maybe that they're even resisting change. They might not know that they're doing this. But their experience of this, so this is what is going on in their life right now, and then how they're actually experiencing it is the Lovers in reverse with the Chaser. Okay. Which says, chaser in codependent relationship, fear of abandonment issue. Okay. It's making more sense now. I feel like this person's trying to love something that is not for them, or something that has already fallen apart, or something that does not honor or respect them, or acknowledge them, or like is considerate even maybe of how much care and love this person holds and puts into the things that they cherish, you know? Because the Lovers in reverse with the Chaser is kind of like, I'm throwing my love at you. I'm literally chasing you, kind of like desperately trying to give you love, which is what the Chaser in a codependent relationship does, right? It's like they're oftentimes like an anxious attachment type, and the other person is an avoidant attachment type, the Runner and the Chaser. And ironically, they both have the same fear of like abandonment. They just approach it from very opposite ways. And the Chaser, because they're more anxious, they kind of do the most because they're scared that they'll be abandoned, like if they stop over giving or doing the most. So they end up throwing themselves out of balance and depleting themselves here. And that's how, and they actually end up being like one half of the problem, even though they feel like they're doing everything to sustain the relationship or connection by giving and giving and giving. It's that, yeah, but that's not the natural balanced state that's supposed to be there. And so because they do that, it just creates more imbalance in the connection energetically. And so it throws things off. And then when the Runner obviously is the more avoidant person, their perspective is like, I'll leave you before you can leave me, thereby avoiding abandonment, right? And so that's why they choose that approach. And they tend to run from things even that they actually do want because of a lack of confidence in that thing not leaving. So it's messy, but this person's definitely experiencing their current, they're feeling a lack of love. And it's sad though, because this is their their defining energy. This is their signifier. This is someone who should never feel a lack of love. This is someone who holds so much just pure unconditional energy within them and love within them and acceptance. It's like they are the ocean. They are the sky. They should never run out of that. They're infinite in how much of it they can hold. This person has a magnificent heart. It's huge. The thing is, I feel like they are very comfortable giving it to others, but not themselves. And thus lies the problem. That's the only way, actually, that this person could be depleted of love, is when they neglect giving it to themselves, because then they're not filling up that cup or allowing that cup to be constantly renewed, I guess. Because it's self-regulating and self-renewing, but it needs to be cared for, right? Wow. It needs to be cared for. I feel like this person is used to or comfortable with caring for themselves in more of a masculine way. This could be someone that feels like they never really had anyone to care for them in that way that made them feel safe to be in their feminine energy, where they can just receive without feeling like they do have to do the most. Or they could have been raised in a family where one of their parents or just the whole family dynamic was like, you show up even if you don't want to. You show up even when you're sick, or even when, you do the most. And there could have been maybe a lack of boundaries, like a parent that was very, I don't know, didn't have respectful boundaries, or was narcissistic or something like this. But this is learned behavior. It's learning to feel as though you're not enough and you have to overdo it, and then usually being taught how to do that by something outside of you. It's something they can heal, but there's some sort of conflict internally that they need to sort out. And I don't know if this person really realizes that they might be breaking these chains right now. It could be like an ancestral or a karmic like wound or pattern that's been passed down, because it feels pretty heavy, and I'm feeling it in the heart and the solar plexus. So it has very much to do with their confidence and the knowing who they are, and that this love that they carry is just as much for them as it is for everybody else. But yeah, this is someone that the way they're experiencing their current situation is that they feel like they're throwing love at something, and they just keep making it more and more imbalanced the more that they do this. That could be what is actually forcing them to really take a good hard look and make a choice to do something different, to approach something from a different way. They could be treating your relationship this way, or else they're with someone else right now and they're in the same pattern. So take it how it resonates, but they're wearing themselves down, and probably even becoming a little bit resentful if they don't have enough self-awareness to not realize that, they're kind of doing it to themselves. I feel like they do know, though. And they know that they need to change if they want to give and receive the way that I feel they know that they are here to. This is someone that's so full of love, there's no way they don't know, that they're here to be a lover, to experience that and spread it and amplify it in the world. It is their purpose, really, a big part of it, with that Ace of Cups being their signifying energy. They're working on healing their feminine, or balancing out their yin-yang energies. Because ultimately the Lovers is about the duality within ourselves, and how we integrate and balance and manage, again, self-regulate, right? It's Gemini energy, the dual nature within us, so that we're giving to ourselves when we need to give by maybe taking action and going out and accomplishing things, but we're also able to open up, rest, and receive just as much, so we don't feel like we're always in this energy of grinding and chasing. And this is beyond just romantic relationships. It's something you can apply to your work life. Like, are you the chaser in your relationship with work, right? You could be, it applies to any relationship, that runner chaser dynamic. If you throw the balance of something off, it's not going to grow the way that you want it to. So this person's learning a big lesson about how they drain the most powerful thing that they have. Their heart and their life force energy gets drained when they approach things this way. So they're being asked to shift. Okay, let's take a look at your side of things here. I want to know what's going on. We're going to look at the exact same things, but for you. Okay, my love. So your overall signifier is the detective, great powers of observation and intuition, and the desire to seek out the truth. And the shadow attributes are voyeurism and the falsifying of information. You have that with the Four of Cups. Which is, isn't that Sun in Cancer, I think, the Four of Cups? So you could have Cancer or Scorpio strongly in your chart. This person, I'm feeling Gemini and Pisces. Aries as well, a little bit. It's interesting. There's something similar between the energies here, between the two of you. There's something that feels kind of symmetrical or very balanced between the two of you, and your experience maybe mirrored in some way. You're also someone who is seeking the truth as well as this person. You are very intuitive and perceptive. You're aware. When you're tapped into the present moment, to the now, you have great powers of observation, so you notice details of things. You almost can't help but see the truth because it's kind of built into you. You feel like a walking, talking human lie detector almost. And the thing with the Four of Cups is that can be hard, right? I saw a meme the other day that was like someone saying to this person, wow, you're so self-aware. And the person was like, thanks, it's ruining my life. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of relatable. Because the thing is, there's as much beauty as there is in the world. There's pain. Like I said, there's duality to everything, right? So when you have full sight, like when you're really looking at the full picture, your heart breaks just as much as it bursts with joy, right? You cry just as much out of gratitude as you do out of despair for the world, because you see all of it and you can't help it, because truth isn't really truth if you're choosing to deny certain truths that just don't mesh with you or that you don't want to see, things you feel uncomfortable with, right? Then you are blocking your own intuition and your ability to really see things from more of a objective perspective. Yeah, you don't have that problem, I don't feel like. You see a truth when it's a beautiful truth, and you see a truth when it's a cold, hard truth. You just see the truth. And this is something that you know about your life. And the Four of Cups is kind of a sad energy, but more than that, it's just like a knowing, like an awareness of, like I said, the highs and the lows of life. And it can be an energy that sometimes sinks into kind of an emotional rut or like a broody place. Strong Scorpio and Cancer energy on this side. And it's not always a bad thing, because much like how this person, right, over here, how they're not afraid to be a fool for love and experience the duality of love and of all things, right? You're kind of the same way, in a sense, because you understand that all of those different elements exist. You see things very clearly, right? All the polar opposites to everything, all of the duality in the world. You see the black, the white, and all of the shades of gray in between. And that ultimately does enrich your experience, even though it can sometimes bum you out or bring you down with the Four of Cups. It's all about, again, regulating your experience so that you're not spending all of your time in that place. But that's what I'm getting for your energy. You clarify that Four of Cups a little bit for me, though. I want to see more. The best way I can put it is both you and this person, you are very aware of the bittersweet symphony of life, right? It's a bittersweet symphony, this life. There's not really any escaping that. The Two of Swords came out. Sometimes your awareness of this can put you in, like your awareness that nothing is really promised necessarily. Nothing is really certain, I feel like, is something that you know. Because there is duality, there's always a choice or a chance that something can go one of two ways, right? Even on this card, it's like two paths mirroring here. And even though you might be aware that ultimately both paths are going to lead you to the same thing, it's a different experience no matter which one you choose, right? So sometimes you could get kind of stuck in this indecisive place in your own mind. I'm getting that with this Two of Swords. You might feel like you just constantly have to accumulate more and more information until you finally know like what the right choice is. But that's the irony, because that would be when you're in your shadow falsifying the truth, right? Falsifying information. Because you know ultimately the truth is that anything is possible. So there is no right choice. There is no wrong choice. You make a decision with your free will, and the universe, the world shifts around you because you just chose your reality. And that happens with every choice that we make. We have a lot of power in how we create our existence and how we interact and engage with the world around us, and influence it. So there is not a right or a wrong way. There's a way that will teach you more about something that you haven't fully figured out yet. And there's a way that might be more aligned with flow. Like there might be a way that is like more challenging. But there's not a right, wrong, or a bad or a good way. But I think sometimes you, or this person on this side, you can get a little stuck in it. It has to do with your head. You might also be very intelligent as well. I feel like you are. You're intelligent and intuitive. And you just pay attention. You observe. I think it also interests you how other people make decisions and move through life. So you probably observe other people making choices or how they act when they're put in certain circumstances. Sometimes you could even test people this way in order to observe and like learn more about the truth. So Watch that because it is a helpful tool, but it can also be manipulative when it's on the shadowy side. But I feel like ultimately it's a curiosity. You understand the depth and the scope of life, all those like gray areas in between. And ultimately, I don't feel like you would change your experience of life, even though sometimes the Four of Cups, it can feel a little bit, it can feel a little bit heavy, you know, it can feel a little bit blue. That doesn't mean that there's not still a whole bunch of beauty though. And you know that ultimately because you see, or you have the capacity to see the entire truth. So your current phase or era or chapter of life that you are in, okay, is the Three of Swords and the Knight of Swords in reverse. You got a lot of swords over here. And Trigger in reverse. That's interesting because the Three of Swords and the Knight of Swords in reverse. If any two cards scream triggered as fuck, it's these cards. But then you're like, no, 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 but don't worry, I'm not though. It's like, are you sure? So this could be one of two things here, or one of a few things. You are in a state of pain or grief here with the Three of Swords. There's something that you are acutely feeling, and you're kind of feeling it because you're thinking about it, right? Like with the Three of Swords, yes, it talks about pain and heartbreak, but it also is still part of the sword suit, which means it has to do with how you're thinking about something, which can exacerbate the pain. It can keep on bringing the pain up. Like if you continue to touch the wound, then it stops it from healing as fast as it could, right? And we can touch the wound just by revisiting a certain thing in our memory. But you're in a confused state because of this pain. There's some answer that is being blocked, or some clarity of mind or peace of mind that is being blocked by your experience of something painful with that Three of Swords. So either you're very convinced that you're not triggered, even though you're in a highly triggered state. But a lot of the time, when we are really triggered, and I know this from personal experience very well, from having PTSD, it's like a lot of the time you would think that you would notice that you're in that energy, but you don't, because you go into like do or die, fight or flight. Like it's very survival mode. And when you're in that energy, you're just doing things. You're anxious usually, or you're just in that overwhelming feeling of an emotion that you don't want to feel. It's pain, right? So you're not thinking often about, you're not as self-aware about the fact that, oh, I'm triggered, I'm having a reaction or a response to something. And because if you noticed, you would be able to calm yourself down and cope with those triggers a lot more effectively, which is essentially what you learn how to do when you're healing from trauma or PTSD, right? You learn to notice when it's happening so that you can apply things that will actually help bring you out of that state and back into your body, where you can think clearly and you can feel clearly again. So although you're a very intelligent, you're a very perceptive and intuitive person, there is an energy that you're in right now that, sorry, the other option is, right, you're either triggered and you don't really realize that you are, because you're so wrapped up in this whirlwind of energy, or you have been triggered and you're just coming out of that and you're realizing that you have been. So it depends where you're at on your scale of like awareness and snapping out of this, because when you do come out of it, it almost feels like a bit of a dream. Like, where did I go for that time? Especially if you kind of felt like you were disassociated or dissociated or pulled out of your physical body, or kind of not in control of your mind if your anxiety was really like, you know, going wild. So it's one or the other. But either way, you have gone through a phase or a chapter of pain and triggering. So it's either you're still right in the muck of it, in the midst of it, or you're coming out of it and you're bringing awareness to it now. Okay, so your experience of this state. So let's see. Okay, so you have the Eight of Cups, and this card, the Sword and the Rose. Clarity, truth, revelation, solidarity, force, honor, protection, and power. But that is in reverse. So again, remember, this could be your person if the roles are reversed. But someone is walking away, or they're removing themselves emotionally. They're isolating or cutting off their emotional self, I feel like. And again, it could just be that they're really having a difficult time tapping into it because they are triggered and kind of fragmented. And when you're triggered, you don't feel safe. You feel like you're in the trauma that is being triggered again. And so it's very difficult to access like a vulnerable emotional state that's coming from a peaceful, balanced place when you're in that energy. It's just as difficult to do that as it is to really see the clear truth of something, or what is right or just or fair. Because again, it's almost like you feel like you just have to do what you have to do to survive when that's the energy. So you might feel like what you have to do to survive is walk away from something or detach emotionally from something. The Eight of Cups. You're experiencing your current state as something that you have to almost run from, maybe, or remove yourself from, release yourself from, or that you have to create a change in order to leave something like a state that is emotionally unfulfilling behind for something better. But it's interesting because this is your, like, how you are consciously experiencing this, right? And this came out in the reverse. So it's telling me you know that you're not seeing the truth of something, or that something has not been revealed to you. You know that you're not in a solidarity state with yourself, like that something is at conflict within you. You know this. And yeah, I would expect you to, because you're too smart not to, honestly. Like you're too smart to not see that you're in this. But it's like you're aware that you're not acting in accordance with your personal power or honor right now. So maybe you're walking away from a situation that you know that because of this current state that you're in, you need to heal, and you can't be with someone or even in a connection at all right now, because you're aware that you can't give to it because you're in this other state, right? You're very off balance, or just experiencing a lot of pain right now and a lack of clarity. Or else you're walking away and creating distance to find this clarity, to make a shift and a change within yourself that will allow you to, again, like regenerate and get back into positive alignment and calibration with yourself. Give me more on this Eight of Cups. The King of Swords. Yeah. You're seeing something that I think you're seeing some sort of self-destruction The King of Swords, the detective, and this Sword and Rose card, like you're a very intelligent person. Um, your mind is incredibly strong. I feel like your mind is evolving right now. This person's heart is evolving. Your mind is evolving. It's interesting because, again, it's like you are on these parallel paths here. It's like one of these streams is your person and one is you. But see how they get close to meeting, but they never actually like touch. They might touch up here. I can't tell if that, do they come together at the end? It looks like they do. But there's this journey, and it's almost like you get very close to coming together, and then there's like a big gap where you feel a lot of distance, and then you come together again and kind of move forwards in a parallel way. I don't know. That feels like that's the path between you and this person. I feel like you're balancing this out. I think that you're taking some space to do this work because you have an awareness of it, and then you have the King of Swords clarifying that Eight of Cups. It's telling me that you have a very strong, logical, strong-willed reason why you are walking away or disconnecting emotionally right now, and it's to gain this clarity to get back into your own personal power. That's what I feel like that's all about. The Emperor. Yeah. This person is trying to empower their feminine energy, and you're trying to empower your masculine energy more. That's what I'm seeing. There's something that you would like to have peace about. There's something you would like to come to, like a space of closure and peace, just not have anxiety over it again. You'd like to resolve something or reconcile something in your own mind. So you're taking some space to do that, to ultimately level up and empower yourself, because once you reconnect with that truth again, which normally you see so clearly, but something about your current state and this situation maybe has skewed things for you. So I feel like that was for a reason though, because this is something you needed to see, or it's going to show you something that you need to see. It's interesting how paralleled the two of you are, though. And they're in the chaser energy, and you're in the Eight of Cups, which is like leaving, right? So if you haven't looked up attachment styles and you feel called to do that, I would definitely recommend it. Basically, everybody has an attachment style. It's formed in childhood, and no one's parents are perfect, right? So we all pretty much have something. And if you've already worked through it, then you're coming from like a balanced, neutral attachment. But you can look up the dynamic between an anxious and an avoidant attachment style, and see if anything there resonates with you. Because the more awareness you bring to it, the more you can see like, oh, I do that, and that's where that's coming from. That's how you reach that space of resolve and reconciliation within your own head, right? It's like you're going to get the understanding that you're seeking, even if it involves looking at something that's kind of uncomfortable for you. I feel like it's always, and I feel like you would agree with me on this. I don't know, something's telling me that you value the truth pretty much over niceties. It's like that energy of the people that lie to you or sugarcoat things to you are the ones that hate you, not the person that's being direct with you with the truth. The person who's telling you the truth is the one that has genuinely got your best interest in mind, right? And so it's the same way with ourselves. When we tell ourselves the truth, that is an act of love, even if it's truth that's difficult to hear. So I feel like you're taking some space to gain that clarity. That's what that looks like. Okay, so how truly calibrated and compatible are you with this person? Your overall compatibility with this person is the Five of Pentacles. With this oracle card, it says, I see that you are here and I am glad. I see that you are here and I'm glad. I'm going to see what the book says about this. But the Five of Pentacles, your overall compatibility. It's interesting. You know what I'm getting from this? I'm not necessarily getting that there's just scarcity and lack and you're not compatible at all, even though that's kind of the definition of this card. What I'm getting is that like 5 plus 5 equals 10, and that is the balanced middle ground, right? You and this person, there's a lot of potential compatibility between the two of you, but you have to both be on the same page and willing to both show up with 5 pentacles, and then you create the 10 together, you build it together, right? But for you to show up with your 5 full pentacles, it's like 5 out of 5 stars, right? Think of it as, in this case, the 5 of Pentacles is like your physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and like etheric bodies or something. Right? So it's all 5 of the elements: fire, water, earth, air, and spirit. You are filled up in all of those areas, and you bring your 5 out of 5 stars, your 5 pentacles to the table, and they bring theirs. And this is something that's very much about like timing and your free will, which, I mean, every connection technically is very much about those two things. But this one, there's something very important about like the timing and whether you're willing to do the work. Because it's almost like you come together and you show each other where there is still work that needs to be done through kind of potentially pain and frustration, which does often happen. But I don't feel like it's personal. It's just they just happen to be the person that triggered it in you, and vice versa. But the two of you show each other a lot about yourselves. So there is, I feel like, quite good compatibility overall for the two of you, but there is that like stipulation, you know? You both have to show up empowered and in your full embodiment of yourself. I see that you are here and I am glad. What is this? Okay, it says appreciating the presence of another is the equivalent of offering a plant, water, and sunlight. See also, I love you. See also, I love you. Yeah, see, there's actually a huge, quite a staggering capacity or potential between the two of you. I feel like your baseline compatibility is pretty huge. However, you have to choose to be present with each other, to truly see each other, and to appreciate what you've got, right? To like be present with the experience with one another, acknowledge each other. I feel like the two of you are equals. Because again, with the 5 and 5 pentacles, so you have to be in your empowered level so that you're both, you know, equal in your frequency and then come together. But there's a huge amount of potential for really deep love, and also just genuinely appreciating each other as like humans, just being glad that like, hey, I'm glad our paths crossed in this existence. I think that you guys both feel that way, even if there has been some conflict or chaos between the two of you that maybe you feel like hasn't been fair or just. It could be either that it just hasn't worked out yet. Yeah, there's a lot of love between the two of you. No matter how you've experienced things with one another thus far, there is a lot of love between you. But I kind of get the sense that you've both felt a little bit disempowered in this connection so far. I think it was meant to bring more love out of you, to draw more love out of you, out of both of you. And maybe that's because that's what is needed in this connection. No less than that. No less than like loving at full capacity will do here for this kind of connection. It's like the situation hangs in the balance, and how it could be or how it will be is dependent on the work that you both do when your rivers go away from each other. Are they going to be able to mesh when they come back together? Are you going to be on the same frequency? So that when your waters collide, you're not losing anything, right? You're on the same level. So the current calibration between your energies, this is interesting. You have North Node, step out of your comfort zone with the Chariot in reverse. So there's more Cancerian energy. You're both definitely in the same type of experience where there is... It's very interesting how much like mirroring and stuff there is between the two of you. You both have this thing that's overwhelming or throwing things off. You're being made aware of the imbalance in you, in your life. Both of you are. And you're both currently in this energy of being a little bit on the fence because you haven't made the choice yet, or you don't know what choice you're going to make yet. You're moving away or taking some space to figure that out. It's like there are literally things up in the air right now. And when they come back together, they'll either be balanced or they won't, depending on what happens between the two of you in that time. That's what I'm getting. But it's one thing is for sure, things are not moving forwards right now. Because there's only so far that you can get with this person when you're not coming together on the same page, sharing the same vision, or both of you balanced and empowered. And I feel like you don't get very far. And I think that is by design, honestly. I feel like this is cosmically by design. The universe would do something like this, you know? The purpose of this connection is to push you more into alignment with yourself. But yeah, it does push what you're comfortable with, because it shows you the things about yourselves that you're not comfortable with looking at. However, you have to look at if you want to grow into this most empowered, badass version of yourselves, right? And you both have your own different version of what that is that you're kind of grappling with. But one thing's for sure, unless you step out of your comfort zone, this train it's like it's reached its final stop. You're not going to go any further with this person. So the current calibration is... you both are really calibrated in that you're both on the same, you're both on the same journey. It's just that it's a solo part of the journey. So you're not really calibrated to come together right now at this exact moment, but you're calibrated in that your paths are still mirroring each other just as much as they ever have. And you're both being challenged in the same ways. It's just what you do with that challenge is going to define what happens between you. There's too much. There are still choices to make, information to come in. There's no clear answer to that yet. Because you both have your free will. There's too many things falling into place right now to know. But it's very much within your power which way this goes, as with all things, I mean, right? So your advice is the Six of Cups and to the Sea in reverse. The Six of Cups into the Sea in reverse. I'm going to read this because it's the warning message that's coming out with it in reverse. Let me see. Okay, so the essential meanings of this card in the upright are being in flow, returning to source, recognizing how pieces fit together, and a natural pattern of events. Damn. Okay. I feel called to read the relationship message as well, since we're talking about the relationship between the two of you. So I'll read the relationship and then the protection message, okay? So the relationship message says there are points in a relationship when you have to decide to go with the flow rather than dictate the course you share with another. Can you let go of the need to have things your way and allow the relationship itself, your combined goals and desires, to steer the ship? Can you both transcend your personalities and allow the partnership to form its own identity, its own energy? Now is the time to relax and see where this mutual journey leads. So I feel like the two of you, you do have this connection, whether you are physically connected or not, is kind of irrelevant. You're both on a mutual journey, which we've seen, that's very symmetrical in a way. And right now I feel like is time to just go with the flow of that journey. Do the work on yourself, but also keep in mind where you can shift or you can mold or you can compromise in order to potentially make room for a partnership to form. The protection message. It says, when external conditions appear to block every attempt to move forwards, there is no hidden message for you to decipher. Like the ocean, the tides of experience ebb and flow. You are in a natural cycle, so know that things will flow again in due course. There is no cause for alarm. Stop resisting and fighting against the situation and learn to flow. Even when the tide is going out, relax and trust in the abundance that will soon be within your reach again. An ancient mariner's saying applies to you now. When fishermen cannot go to sea, they stay home and repair their nets. Bro. It's like when you get to the end here, your two rivers join the same sea. But in the meantime, go home and tend to the mending of your individual nets. Like there's work that needs to be done apart from one another here. It's interesting. But what's the Six of Cups? Tell me more about the Six of Cups. There's a tie between the two of you. It might be past life. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. It could definitely be past life. Okay. Let it be what it will be for now. Like the To the Sea card said, right? You can't turn the Wheel of Fortune. It talks about natural cycles, karmic cycles, cycles of death and rebirth, life and death, whatever, right? And where you're at now is there are two different paths that are separated right now, and you both have your own choices to make about this, right? You're meant to be looking at and establishing and redefining your own worlds right now. The Sun in reverse is the other card that came out. So the sun is there, the energy is there, but it's like it's behind a cloud or the moon is currently up. So just like, again, it's trust that everything goes through phases. I feel like your journey with this person is not over. No, it's not. There's a softness, a tenderness, and like a knowing, though, of each other. The two of you know each other. It's either like a deep understanding, a natural understanding, like kindred spirits kind of energy when you met and you're like, oh, I can just tell this person gets it, even if our experiences have been different. We still learned the same lessons, or we still felt the same way along our individual paths in life. So you still have a lot in common with this person, even if you come from very different places. And I don't mean that just physically. I mean, like, you know, you've just been through a lot of different things. The sun in reverse, though, when the time is right, there will be an opportunity for the sun to shine on this. There's just a leg of the journey that involves some decisions that you both need to make independently. And for some reason, it's important that you do. Because it's almost like you're doing some healing that should not be influenced by one another at this time. It has to do with you guys finding and redefining a part of yourself that no one can do that for you. You have to do that with spirit and with your own spirit. This part of the path is an independent one. But I don't feel like that's the end for you. You have so much potential here. Your overall compatibility is huge, but your current calibration is quite clear that it's, although the two of you, your paths are perfectly calibrated, you're not calibrated, like I said before, to come together at this exact moment. And like I said, that is by design. Something very fated about this, because the universe, like that Wheel of Fortune came out a couple times. The best way that you can influence this to go in a positive way, if that's what you want, is by leaning into the personal lessons that the universe is bringing to you right now, or bringing up from inside of you right now. And if you both do that, and you both come back together in a fuller embodiment of self and an empowerment, with your hearts open, with your minds open, and this could be pretty amazing, but there are some things that need to happen in the in-between. Okay? That's what I'm getting for you, group number 1. I love you so much. I wish you all the best with this, with everything in general. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. And yeah, I'm going to move on to group number 2. Hey, group number 2. All right, you are in group number 2 if you chose the shell and the lapis lazuli. Are there certain things that you still do from childhood? Because I never left my Slurpee phase. I just never did it, you know? Slushy, Slurpee, whatever the kids are calling them these days. Froster. No, unfortunately, Froster is not an acceptable answer. I don't know what that is. We'll accept slushies or Slurpees here. But I still need them in the summer. They're delicious. So you've got probably hopped up on sugar, Lisa, for your reading. Are you excited? I know I am. Also, that's the explanation for that. So group number 2. I have your cards for the main spread laid out in front of me. I did that ahead of time just because I'm mixing like different tarot decks and a bunch of oracle decks as well as we go through. You will see. But I am going to pull clarifying cards from the tarot as we go. So we'll further dive into things. There's kids playing outside. Are they going to be super loud and annoying? If they get that way, I will close the patio door. Okay, so we're going to start by looking at their side of things and then yours and see where you're both kind of at. And then we will apply that sort of like context, and we'll look at the overall compatibility, the current calibration, and some advice between the two of you, okay? And keep in mind that if I'm talking about this first person like it's them, but it sounds like you, the roles could be reversed. So take it how it resonates for you. And if it feels like I'm talking about you on this side, then just take the reading that way, okay? Okay, so that being said, let's get into it. Let's get down to business. There's a very interesting energy with this group that I picked up as soon as I tapped in. And so I'm just going to mention it at the very beginning because I feel like it's very specific and it definitely won't resonate with everybody who comes to this pile. But I got this so distinctly that, yeah, I feel like I need to mention it. So for some of you, you are inquiring about someone who has like already passed on from this life. They're not here with you anymore. This is someone that you were with that you might be mourning the death of, again, in this lifetime. Or you're just looking for some answers, deeper understanding of the context of that relationship in the greater like scheme of things in your life. But for some of you, this is definitely someone who is only with you in spirit at this point in time. And another message that's coming through is some of you, this is about someone who is going through a very transformative part of their journey. Transformative in the sense that they might be recovering from like an addiction. They might be recovering from some sort of sickness, whether that was like a mental illness or like PTSD or a physical thing that they went through. Yeah. That's also another possibility. Someone that's kind of balancing their life out in an area that it got thrown off. Something in excess was happening and they're sort of recovering from that. Okay. So that won't resonate for everybody, but let's get into the cards on this side of things. So their overall signifier is the Knight of Pentacles with the Athlete energy. I'm getting really strong Taurus energy from this, but also Capricorn. It doesn't have to be, but the Athlete says dedication to transcending physical limits, including handicaps, and the development of personal willpower and strength of spirit. This could be someone too that was like in an accident or something and their body is just their healing. Or maybe they have like a handicap that they've realized or that is new to them that they are transitioning into like a new life where they're accepting that or they're learning how to live in a different way. The shadow attributes are misuse of athletic ability for selfish ends and a false sense of invulnerability and entitlement. So this is a very grounded energy overall. It's an energy that cares a lot about understanding their physical limitations, but then also just one step at a time pushing forwards with that Knight of Pentacles, putting one foot in front of the other and developing because they know that they have strong will and spirit. This is strong Taurian energy, and they're not afraid to go slow, just as long as they are kind of making progress, right? They don't need to move super fast, but it's like they want to see progress. That's kind of what this person is. They're very dedicated to their physical existence. I want to say this is someone that is very full of life. So if you are part of the group, or if you are the one person maybe that will resonate with this person having passed on, just take this as like if I'm explaining when they were here, okay? This person they're full of life. They bring life to the places that they go as well. There's like this exuberance about them, I feel. And it's not that they're super bubbly or that they're like they have quick moving energy. It's not that. There's more of a grounded life force to this person. But I feel like people still couldn't really help but notice, or people can't help but notice it. Because again, it's like a quiet strength. It's a knowing of your own will and strength. So this person has probably gone through some shit, whether they are right now overcoming something, like I said before, or maybe they have in the past. This could be like a recovering addict that has been sober for like a decade, or I don't know, someone who is facing something that's considered a handicap, whether that is mental, emotional, physical, whatever. They're very strong-willed, they're very focused, and they're very determined. And there's also a discipline there with this dedication to development, to moving forwards. Yeah. I like this person's energy overall. But I feel like they don't make decisions lightly either. They don't like commit or dedicate to things just on a whim. This person puts a lot of thought into what they do. Okay, so the current phase or chapter or era of their life that they are in right now is Temperance with the Two of Pentacles in reverse. And then there's also this oracle card which says choice. So it's interesting that we got the Two of Pentacles in reverse with choice. The Two of Pentacles does talk about having a decision to make and being back and forth. But in reverse, for me, it talks about having made a choice. So then there is Temperance as well. Sagittarian energy. I feel like this person is in a part of their life or a time of their life where it's like they're kicking ass, taking names, making choices, shifting the scales. They're making things happen, and they're still doing it, I feel like, from a relatively balanced place, but at the same time, they're shaking things up more than I think that the Knight of Pentacles and the Athlete, more than they usually do or more than is normal for them. There could be one big choice that they're making in their life, in which case I feel like they've given it a lot of time. With that Temperance card, they've gone back and forth a lot about this, but they have determined a choice. So whether for some of you that was like ending the relationship with you, because there is kind of a sense of sadness here and something closing and something new coming into being, but we'll get to that. I do see that in the energy though. So if that's the case, this person, the decision that they made, no matter what that decision was surrounding, whether it had to do with you or not, they made the most informed and balanced choice for the highest and best good of all to their own awareness and ability. They believe that they genuinely did take their time to think this through, to weigh things out, to be open to any possibility. No. Not screeching children. Why? No. No. All right. That's what we're not. That's what we're not going to do. Sometimes just being near children is all the birth control I need, let me tell you. Hey, it's the girl who isn't sure she wants children in this life. Can you tell? We love kids, though. Absolutely love them. Just being able to remove myself from them when they start making those sounds. Top tier. Not ready to give that up yet. Okay. So, they've made some sort of choice, and they genuinely feel like they gave it the respect, the weight, they feel like they honored whatever this is. And although I think that it is a difficult choice, or it was a difficult choice for this person to make, they made the choice that is aligned with it, like it harmonizes with their soul. So they made a choice to maintain a state of balance and harmony within themselves as well, as much as they can. So if they felt like the relationship between the two of you or something at all was throwing them off, their ability to be really dedicated to like personal development and transcending places where they feel limited, I feel like they would have chosen to break away from whatever that is because they value that too much. I just can't see them giving that up really for anything. It's kind of like where a lot of their confidence comes from because it's their whole approach to life. And it is kind of what keeps them balanced. So this person's quite logical. It's they're going to choose at the end of the day the thing that, like, they're not going to sacrifice, I feel like, everything they've built and their state of internal peace and harmony, whatever that means. So yeah, this decision could have had nothing to do with you. That's where they're at in their life. They have a choice or maybe many choices to make. And they're having to kind of think about what like aligns and calibrates with their life and what will help them grow forward or be supportive of them in order to make these choices. That's where they're at right now. Or if this is someone that's always lived their life one way, like let's say they had an intense addiction or something, just as an example, this would be like rehab, and then they're choosing like a new trajectory for their life. Or if this is someone that is passed on, then I feel like they're literally choosing where their soul wants to go next. It's kind of beautiful. It's very peaceful energy. So I mean, while I know that like nothing I can say is going to help heal like grief surrounding the loss of someone you love. Let's just be honest. But they are very in a state of harmony and peace where they are now, wherever they are. And I feel like their soul is opening up to where it's going next, you know, like their next experience here. There's a sense of excitement about it as well, or just like openness, curiosity. There's a lightness that comes because how they're experiencing this, where they're at in life right now, is the Page of Wands. I love the Page of Wands in this deck. So dope. Like, he's blowing fire. Like, is that not just amazing? I freaking love it. I love it. Meanwhile, it's like down here still on fire around all this what looks like to be dry grass or something that could be lit on fire. It's like reckless but beautiful and alive. The Page of Wands is just full of life, you know? So it's either their soul getting like all filled up with life and just charged up to like go for another round, or it's they're leaving something that I feel like was limiting them in some way. And if that is your relationship with them, please don't take this as me saying like you are a burden, they're leaving because you were throwing them off. And like, no, if the decision that they had to make was to walk away from this connection, then it would have been something that they did because they felt like it was best for both of you, because the dynamic of the relationship wasn't supporting the two of you anymore in your own forward growth. It was feeling more, I don't know, it's like it wasn't supporting the two of you being the best versions of you that you could be. And while that's still really difficult, right? But that would have been this person's reasoning for making that choice. And with the Page of Wands, they do have this card, this heartbroken card, right? Deeply hurt, sad, separation, breakup, feeling lost, grieving, mourning. So it's not like they're just like, woo, on to the next, you know? Like, I'm just so stoked and lit up. Like, they still carry this grief within them and they are still feeling it. They're still mourning, and a part of them does feel uncertain and lost because they've chosen to go down a different road than what they were on, right? But at the same time, there is this knowing that leaves space for that excitement. And the knowing is that they feel like they did what needed to be done, or they did the right thing, whatever that means. If this is someone that has passed on, then I feel like this is them picking up on you grieving for them. It's like their spirit can feel you. Doesn't want you to be sad. I feel like there's this sense that your souls will meet again. The separation, I keep being drawn to just the word separation on this card for some reason. It feels like this is a separation, but not an ending. Okay, so your side of things. Let's take a look. Okay, but yeah, if this is someone who you're going through a breakup with, or you're separated from this person, it's like there's a part of them, they're torn, right? They're feeling different things. I've just got to be honest with you, right? And I feel like this is very human and normal. There's a part of them that is like excited about the unknown. And again, it's not like they're excited about an existence without you. It's just something new, right? It's not personal. It's nothing to do with you out of the picture. They're like stoked. This is what is tied to how they feel about you. But there's this other part of them that's natural, I feel like, that is inspired or renewing itself. It's like fueling itself for, again, what is to come, whatever that is, this new experience. Okay. You over here on your side of things. So we have Scorpio energy, we have Capricorn, Sag, and Taurus here. Okay. And Leo is showing up over here too. So your energy is the teacher or the Hierophant in reverse with Martyr. This is your overall signifier here. And the Martyr says, learning the transcendent nature of oneself, of service to oneself or a cause. And the Shadow is addiction to self-pity. Okay. This is a big energy and like purpose or path to have in life, because it means that you will be pushed. You will go through situations where you lose things, where it would be easy to feel bad for yourself, because you are meant to learn how to transcend out of that, how to not take that approach, right? And the way that we learn how to not do it is usually through being put in that very experience. And most times we don't learn the lesson the first time, because these lessons are complex. They're meant to hit us on many different levels. They're spiritual, they're emotional, they're all these things. But you're here to break out of some sort of old, there's like I feel like you are tested frequently, okay? But while you're being tested, you're also testing the foundation of something, or like the systems in place. How can I explain this, Spirit? Let's say you go through a really difficult relationship, right? And you learn what love is not. Like, let's say you're with an abuser, you're with a narcissist, you're with someone who does not have the capacity to love, and therefore really ends up hurting you instead. It'd be very easy to be in, like, to stay in that low space where you're like, why did this happen to me? To feel bad about yourself, to be the victim, and to essentially, like, sacrifice yourself to constantly reliving that experience and being stuck in that place. Or the side of your journey that would be like transcending out of that nature would be finding a way to take something and learn and integrate from that experience and then be of service or be committed to some sort of cause. So allow it to make you stronger and then help other people who might resonate with your experience or relate to your experience, right? So with the martyr energy and the light attribute, it's like whatever you went through it wasn't all for nothing, and you make sure of it. You make sure that it wasn't for nothing. Like, you learn the lesson. You see what's wrong with the structure or the foundation. So yeah, with that, you might want to talk to people about how to be emotionally secure and self-regulating within yourself so that you can pick out the red flags with people who are going to be a toxic relationship for you, right? Something like that. That's just an example. But you're here to like fuck the system up a little bit. Yeah. You realize that there's something new that needs to be built. And the Knight of Wands, you've got all this passion to do it. You've got a lot of strength and passion to do it. Big Leo energy on this side, honestly. You feel like a natural leader, this side. And it's because you're not afraid to go through things and then pick them apart or take them apart and see where you can grow. And then you use that as fuel to transcend out of your lower natures, your lower vibrations, your more egoic way of doing things, whatever. Both you and this person are dedicated in a pretty powerful way to transcending perceived limitations. It's just this person, more of their life has been like they've had the choice which paths to take. I feel like with you, your side of things, it could be something very karmic, like you just, I don't know, you signed up to deal with a lot of karma or to burn through a lot of karma in this life, maybe on the behalf of others, ancestral, cosmic, on behalf of humanity as a whole, or just for yourself. But regardless of what it is for you, it feels like the universe just kind of puts you in situations. And that's another reason why it's important to not feel bad about yourself or get into that, like, why did all this happen to me? It definitely happened for a reason. Your life has been your life for a reason. Because you're meant to see things clearly that you could only see through experiencing and unpacking them, even if it hurts. And I know, I'm sorry you had to go through those things. I really am. But you transcended, you grew through them. You're so strong. Not everyone comes into a life with a purpose that requires this much strength. And you have to know your spirit knew what it was doing when it signed up for this. It knew that you were strong. It knew that maybe you were the one to go through things and then to help others, not just roll over and give up on yourself. Yeah, there's a strength about you. And I feel like you're meant to break through like societal norms or old values and just things that are either maybe very like part of the patriarchy or just like equally useless and detrimental systems that have never worked and never will work and need to be absolutely like torn down like yesterday. You know what I mean? You tell where I stand on things. I resonate with this energy quite a bit. But you're like, yeah, the Hierophant, the things that are teaching us, they literally have their heads up their asses, most of it, right? And you're like, that needs to be flipped upside down. We need to do things a completely different way because has this way been working, right? Are we as humankind, are we making progress in transcending things the way that we're meant to? It's like you're meant to do it on an individual scale so that you can also help other people do it and impact that happening on a grander scale. I love that. Okay. The phase, chapter, or era of your life that you are in right now is the Knight of Cups and the King of Wands in reverse with this retreat card. Okay. Bit of a pivotal moment here too, hey? Both you and your person, I feel like. You're trying to move forwards with your heart on your sleeve and trusting your heart and having faith in there being good in the world and that being worth fighting for. I feel like you might be in a state where you've gone through one of these challenges or tests and you're in that picking myself up off the ground and dusting myself off and getting ready to go again. It's like you might be licking your wounds here a little bit with this retreat card, especially with the King of Wands in reverse here, right? Why is this shining directly on the card so that it can't even? Is that better? Not really, but you know, things. Anyways, you get the picture. You get the point. The ring light is causing issues. The ego's been triggered here, or you're not feeling totally confident or great. You're not feeling as confident and as much in dominion of your life, as much like that leader you know you are, as you normally do. And it's situational. It's like, it's definitely just a situational thing. Because you're telling me, like, I just need to pull back. I just need to give myself some space. But there is something, it's like it's caused a slight insecurity because I feel like you're not feeling quite yourself with this. But you're invested in yourself here and in transcending this, the way you transcend everything, I feel like. You're applying the heart to the wound, which is perfect. That's the path to success. Just offering yourself radical acceptance, especially the places where it hurts the most. Even, especially if those are the places that you are tempted most to judge the most harshly. Replace criticism with love. I promise you'll go way further. But you already know this. Your experience of what you're going through right now is the nurturer or the queen of coins in reverse with this soulmates card. Yeah. The queen of coins in reverse. That's what I was talking about with the sort of insecurity thing. And soulmates, soul connection, partnership, agreement, soul contract. This is a couple things though. I feel like that insecurity that you're feeling right now, part of it is just I heard socially. So some of you might be experiencing like a social anxiety. But the other thing that was coming through was like not quite feeling yourself like confident the way you normally do in your skin, like in your body. And that could be for different reasons. Maybe you're feeling a little bit anxious. And you need to get more into your body. Ground. But it's like you're struggling there's something about this energy that feels like it's almost struggling to take care of itself. Like it's almost a tired feeling. You know that you're going to transcend this just like you always do, right? It's like you've got the heart and the spirit to pull you through this because it's pulled you through everything so far and you're still here. And that's kind of what I feel like I'm getting from your energy. But you're also like, it's either like, despite that, I really wanted this one specific thing to work out. Not just because I wanted something to work out, but because I wanted this to be the thing. So if this is like someone who walked away from you or who things have ended with, you're not just bummed out because it ended. You're bummed out because it's not just because it's another ending. It's because it's an ending with this person specifically who you believe to be a strong soulmate, I think. So you're having a little bit more difficulty getting up, picking yourself up again and moving forwards in the way that you normally would, because it's striking you in the heart, you know, or it hit you. There's something about this specific thing not working out that kind of is doing a slight number on your confidence, or it's making you question things quite a bit. And I think that that's just because, again, of the strength of this connection or partnership that you feel. If it didn't work out, or if it's struggling, you don't really understand how you can feel so strongly, but then it end, or something like that. It might just be transforming, not totally ending. Keep that in mind. But tell me more. I'm almost getting that this is triggering, like the perceived loss or closure of this thing. It's triggering in you a deeper insecurity than like the loss of most things would. Does that make sense? So although your life, you're used to, I feel like, going through things that test whether you feel bad about yourself or whether you like transcend and grow and become more evolved, right? But there's something about this specific thing or connection that is not like the others. And for that reason, it's hitting a deeper chord within you. So if I can't think of something like, there's a difference between the insecurity of putting a couple pounds on, right? Versus the insecurity of like some insecurity that is at the core of who you are. Like, I'm not worthy of love, right? Is a little different than like, oh, I think I've got some extra fat on me. Like, right? There are different scales of insecurities, and it's because certain things hit us more deeply and we feel them differently. So I feel like whatever is up with this situation, it's making you realize something, something deep. And I think that's why. I think there's purpose behind that. I don't think that's by mistake. This is something you were always supposed to see about yourself and heal. It was like this situation was meant to uncover this for you, the world, so that you can close it out. Because strength in reverse, it has been weakening you. It's been weakening you. It's been weakening your mind as well. And just taking up energy that is not, whatever insecurity you're facing right now. It's for possibly your greatest leap of transcendence so far in your whole life. You're closing out a huge chapter, and it could be something that has actually prevented you from stepping into a role of leadership or being like the teacher that you're kind of here to be. So keep that in mind. Try to view whatever is being revealed to you at this time, like when you are tempted to be frustrated, like another challenge, I feel like instead ask yourself, like, okay, but this is coming up very much for a reason right now. It feels like initiate energy, like you're being pushed into a higher level of, I don't know, commitment, maturity, power. But with power, with great power comes great responsibility. So you're seeing the areas that you had yet to acknowledge or be accountable for in yourself that were maybe blind spots, maybe weak spots that could have been used against you, or you could have unknowingly self-sabotaged yourself with these things. So the universe, like whatever's being pointed out to you right now is very much on purpose. And I feel very strongly that it's because you're moving into something that requires you to be in this leveled up version, very self-aware, very just in a state of full radical acceptance and love for yourself. Yeah. It's very powerful energy though. There is a system or a foundation of your life that's being flipped on its head right now, and that's why you feel a little weird. You might feel a little unstable, ungrounded again, all these things. So really do what you can to work with that and give yourself space. Like take that into consideration with how you're spending your days and that sort of thing. So if you feel like you need a little less social engagement right now and more time isolated, a healthy amount of time isolated, but to just do some self-reflection and not pick up on other people's energies and opinions, you know? Maybe you want to take a break from social media. I don't know. But there's something about this where you kind of are needing to retreat into a place of peacefulness and where you feel safe because you're going through some sort of big change here. Okay, so how truly compatible and calibrated to this person are you right now? Well, your overall compatibility with this person is the King of Cups in reverse with the Season of the Witch card, which also came out in reverse, but I'm not sure. I wasn't really reading these ones in reverse, but we'll see what it says in the book about this. So there's Scorpio energy, Season of the Witch in reverse. Let's see what that says. Yeah, I feel like this is just meant to be in the upright. I've never read these cards in reverse, so I'm going to take it in the upright here. But it says, recent tidings brought cataclysmic change with more to come. Those on earth at this time find themselves amidst a reckoning. Prepare your ritual, fine-tune your magic, and bring an offering to the apocalyptic potluck. You were born for this after all. It's so interesting. I feel like the two of you, if anyone, you both have such strong fucking spirit and like decisive conviction and dedication to your paths. And you're needed. Both of you are needed here now at this time, or you were while you were here, right? And it's again, there's this big shift that's going on, and there's more to come. It's like this is the beginning. It's almost like a call to arms. But they're saying there's nothing to fear. You're born for this. You came here partly for this reason, to experience whatever you are experiencing now and you're going to experience. And you're strong enough for it. You maybe even serve like an integral part in how things unfold, right? But you have to be in your power. What's the King of Cups in reverse? I feel like there is no, let's clarify that first. What's the King of Cups in reverse? The King of Swords. The Six of Swords, the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. There's something it's very important that you make the choice that is based on wisdom and discernment, and not just something that feels very passionate or very emotional or very oh. The King of Cups in reverse, something about this could feel quite intense or turbulent between the two of you. And while that's not always a bad thing, there's something about your overall purposes that you both have in this lifetime that is saying that right now, at least, and maybe for this lifetime between you, it's important that you trust your own discernment. And there's something about moving away from anything that is stagnant or stuck or does not allow you to keep on with your journey of transcendence, right? You're both very much here. It is at the core of your souls to both develop your personal willpower, your strength of spirit, and to be dedicated to transcending the limits that are placed in front of you. It's very important, something about this, on an independent scale. So I feel like this could be different for some of you. For some of you, it's like if this does not uplift you, if somehow it makes you feel thrown off balance or stuck, then the clear message is like you kind of have to make a head over heart choice, or that's what you're meant to do here. The overall compatibility is like would be saying there's something slightly off, and it's because there are more important matters at hand, or there's a better match for you to be by your side for what is to come. Because I feel like what's to come is like there's something big that you have not experienced in this life or achieved that you are meant to. And Spirit is being kind of like firm with, it's important that you have the perfect people around you at that time. Perfect is a difficult word to use, but you want to be very aware that you have people that are not putting a stumbling block or causing more resistance in your life. And even if they're not doing that on purpose, even if you both you're not in the same place at the same time, I don't know. Because again, I don't feel like it's personal. Like this person's telling me that they spent a lot of time weighing this out, which means it wasn't an easy choice. But they are making the choice, whatever the choice is, that aligns with their own internal state of harmony, temperance, balance, right? Peace. And it's because they need that to continue completing the things that they are here to complete. And you are also here to do those things and to make the necessary sacrifices when you're called to. So this could be one of those sacrifices that is a deep one for you, and it feels like it's hitting next level, and it's because it's like one of the final ones before you really move into a state of like leadership and empowerment here, is what I feel like with this. But yeah, your current calibration to one another is the Ten of Wands in reverse. And it's time to take action. New moon in Aries. It's like something needs your attention. Not just your attention, but it needs your energy. It needs your focus. It needs your dedication. Maybe like the cause, your life purpose, your path, right? There's something though, and it's independent. It's like a leadership thing with this Aries energy. It's something that you're meant to do alone, that you need. It needs your focus and your dedication right now. It needs all your energy. Aries is very all in, all or nothing. And the power, the immense power behind that, when they focus in a direction and they have that decision to drop the weight of anything outside of that focus, one track minded, they're incredibly powerful. They win. They are leaders, and people follow them because they have all of that strength of will, that assertion, that passion, that drive, just that life force energy, and they have it focused and pointed in a meaningful direction. And so people are like, hell yeah, I'll get on board with that. Hell yeah, I'll follow you. Hell yeah, I'll listen to what you have to say. Or I will be inspired by you, which is powerful and something the world needs right now. It's easy to be disempowered and just bogged down with the weight of where we're at as humans right now on our journey, right? So you're both calibrated in that you're both releasing something that's felt very heavy so that you can take the necessary action towards an important cause individually. That doesn't mean that you might not come back together. I don't know. Three of Wands in reverse, but it's not on the horizon right now. And that's the correct choice. The Knight of Cups in reverse. Yeah. There's also something about like having to fight too hard or expend too much energy to make this work right now. There's something about like love is not meant to be a fight, and sometimes you do like have to, sometimes you assert yourself for love, right? But there's the difference between that and feeling like you're going to war with the person you love, which is just like sleeping with the enemy, really. You know what I mean? There's a difference between fighting for something that matters for you and then unnecessary weight and resistance because something's not meant to come together. And I feel like right now it's not, for one reason or the other. But there's an emotional misalignment with the King and the Knight of Cups both in reverse here. Maybe that will resolve in this life and maybe it won't. Maybe it's one of those like you're here to trigger each other in this life and kind of like get a taste of each other so that your souls can find one another in another life and be together. But you might have a different purpose or path in this life that doesn't include that. So take it how it resonates for you. Okay, so the final card, just some advice for you. You get the Ace of Wands. So it's interesting. You go from the 10 of Wands in reverse to the Ace. That's the natural progression. The energy is flowing. There's also the Oracle cards, Thinker and Never Ending Story, both in reverse here. So I'll read you those. 44 and 37. The Ace of Wands. See, it's like getting to the end of something. The breaking point, the climax, the stifling out of something, the total like emptiness of, it's like wearing all the energy out of something, and then here's the revitalization, new life. Something closing so that something new could be born. Yeah. Okay, what does Thinker and Never Ending Story say? They're both in reverse, so this would be the protection messages for these cards. So, okay, so normally in the upright, the Thinker card means strategy and being analytical and logical. But the protection message, it says you might be suffering from analysis paralysis. Thinking has its place, but trying to figure everything out logically is not going to work right now. Your conclusions will likely be faulty, and you may act upon false assumptions that will get you in a jam. Give your mind a rest. Do something creative, exercise, or meditate. Soon you'll come to your senses, and an aha moment will bring new clarity. So it's very important, like I said before, that you ground. Exercise, meditate, do something creative, get out of your head, give your mind a rest, for sure. That message is coming through strongly. And then Never Ending Story in reverse. So in the upright, this talks about self-criticism, the wounded ego, and unnecessary drama, but it came out in reverse. So it says this is a time to avoid drama at all costs, especially when it comes to other people's stuff. Your sensitivity is on overload these days, and you're best served by keeping your distance. Bro. Your mantra today is not my circus, not my monkeys. All this drama will pass and you will carry on unscathed and blameless. This is something you're meant to transcend. Again, I feel like there's just unnecessary like tension, a lack of cooperation perhaps between the two of you, or just like drama and heaviness. And I'm not saying that it's either of your faults, but you could have just been lessons to show each other or trigger one another's wounded ego. And so that you could each bring individual attention to that to heal. But it's like having one another around long term might just be unnecessary drama, or it might actually cause you to be more critical of yourself. This could be someone that is like a mirror to you, but they mirror just the things that you really need to work on, and it doesn't feel like you get the same, I don't know. They might struggle to mirror back at you like the more positive things about you. Or maybe the way that these things are mirrored to you, there's something critical about it. I'm not sure. But it is saying, for some reason, to embrace new life, to embrace like a new inspiring path, or just a new beginning in your life independently at this time. Because if this person is meant to come back around, it will be when things have settled on both sides and it will feel easy. That's how you'll know. If this person is meant to come back around, if they come back around and it just feels like the same old shit, like you're both still going through something in your life that is kind of chaotic and you can't stabilize, you're not stabilizing one another, you're just adding more to the mess, right? That is a sign. It's not a sign to try harder. It's just a sign that you're not in alignment right now. And it's truly not personal, even though I know it can feel personal for sure. It's not. It's just a sign. So whatever reason there is between this separation at this time, it's on purpose very much. And if you're meant to come back together in the future, it will flow. It will be easy. The two of you will be aligned and you will have found personal structure and confidence in yourself that allows you to both come together without criticizing each other, without trying to change the situation or one another. And that's why you'll both just be able to exist and it will feel very easy and natural. Where I feel like so far it hasn't. It hasn't felt that way. Even if you care about each other. It's one of those timing things. It's either it's a timing thing or it was always just meant to be. You are the type of soul connection, like yes, you do have a deep soul contract with this person, but it was to be catalysts for each other more than like long-term lovers, if that makes sense. Okay? So again, take it how it resonates for you because you would know, but those are the messages I got for you, group number 2. I hope this resonated with you or was helpful in some way. Yeah. I love you so much. I'll talk to you again soon, and we're going to move on to group number 3. Hi, group 3. Okay, you're in group 3. If you chose the key knife thingy and the red aventurine, okay? I'm finishing a cough drop, but I was laying your cards down and getting ready for your group and just messages started channeling through. So I'm just going to start and hopefully it's not too annoying and I will be done it soon. But yeah, I hope that you guys are doing well. And this energy is quite specific. So we're going to take a look at their side, your side, and just see where you guys are both at and how you're both experiencing where you're currently at. And then we'll look at how your two realities, like whether they're compatible overall, whether they're calibrated currently, get you some advice and all that. And I'm mixing Oracle and Tarot cards. So we're just going to flow and I'm going to channel. I was going to say I'm going to pull clarifiers with the tarot as we go, but maybe I'll be channeling a lot. I feel like I'm channeling all the time anyways, but maybe you're channeling a lot of messages through this message as well. pay attention to like what comes through to you intuitively during this reading about this situation, like how you feel in your body. Just any sensation that comes through or any personal intuitive messages that you receive, I feel like are important. Yeah, I feel like that's more about you than me, because I'm going to be channeling, yeah. But I always am. So, okay, let's get into it. And keep in mind as well that your side could be their side could be your side. So reverse it if you feel like that's how it is resonating for you. Okay. So their current, well, no, just their overall energy. This is not their current energy. This is just like their overall signifier. Is we're going to dig into this person because I love you. But it's the Five of Swords, defeat. Okay. And then they have the archetype of the bully. So the light attributes are highlights your tendency to intimidate others and helps you confront the inner fears that bully you. And the shadow is concealing deep fears behind verbal or physical abuse. It did come out in the reverse, but I've been kind of looking at the archetypes from both perspectives because we can choose to show up in whatever, wherever on the spectrum between light and shadow of a certain archetype that we're working with, right? But maybe this person is right now more in the shadow of this. They could be triggered. Yeah, Five of Swords and the bully in the shadow. I feel like this person could be triggered. They could be lashing out at you, and it's in order to conceal or hide an insecurity or a wound that they're feeling. But it's interesting because this is the overall signifier for this person. So it's like this is something that is not new to this person. This is a pattern, or this is how they handle things. Yeah. The Knight of Cups in reverse and the Queen of Swords in the upright here. They're very untrusting, I feel like, of people. And I think it's because they have like a woundedness that makes them feel very vulnerable because they haven't healed something. So they're constantly feeling, it's like they feel defeated inside because they haven't dealt with something to come out of this state of woundedness. So because of that, they're kind of constantly triggered or triggered very easily. Paranoid about letting the wrong people in. They might wear a mask very often. They might cut off people's heads, you know. This person, they don't have a lot of, it's not, I mean, it is patience, but it's like they don't have a lot of grace for people. It's like you get one chance with this person, and some people don't even get one chance if they come across this person on the wrong day and they just have decided. Because the thing is, this person's quite emotionally detached or unavailable. Everything with them is like a strategic move or straight up a manipulation tactic. I'm picking up kind of like a bold energy from this person. The fuck? That was validation. Something just, I don't know if you guys heard that. Someone scraped something on the pavement outside. But this person, they're very self-defeatist. And I feel like because they don't trust themselves, ultimately, that's why they don't trust other people. Like, it all starts with them. And the way that they treat other people is a reflection truly of how they feel about themselves internally, right? They're just not looking at it. So they're projecting it out onto everyone around them. So this person, they don't realize that the insecurities, like the way that they judge other people harshly, the way they bully and intimidate others, this person can be mean, I feel like, and they can be petty, they can be, the thing is too, I feel like they are aware, the sun, they know when they're doing this, it makes them feel better about themselves. So I would just be careful, because this can be on the narky side of things a little bit. or just highly manipulative. Like, yeah. Okay. So the current phase or chapter of their life that they are in, or something that they're experiencing right now, is the Chariot and the Star. So it's Cancerian and Aquarian energy. And then there's also this Oracle card Renewal that came out in reverse. So I don't know if this is like an ex. This feels like someone that feels like wronged by you or something, or like that they're not getting what they want from you. And they're being triggered by the uncertainty of, like, I don't know, the situation not going, they're used to having control or something like that. And they're being triggered by the fact that you're not acting the way they expected you to or wanted you to. Maybe you're not renewing something with them. You're not trying to balance something. Maybe you're not pursuing them, or I don't know. Whatever it is, though, they're used to getting their way and they're not. It's like you've caught on to something, or you've fulfilled yourself in a way that you don't care about this person's validation anymore. There's something has shifted here. But with the Chariot and the Star, I feel like you are the star. I don't feel like that's them at all. But I feel like they're drawn to you like a moth to a flame here. Yeah, they want to come together with you, but it's not like a virtuous thing. It's not, they don't have good intentions here. They might want to, this could be someone that wants to work with you, like literally, or they want to benefit off of something that you're doing that is getting a lot of attention or is blowing up. With the Star, though, I do feel like you kind of receive attention here. And it could be for the work that you do. So it's either this person wants to kind of like exploit some part of you, whether that is just your healing and beautiful energy with the Star and like your aura, not to sound too corny, but like your vibe, your frequency, your life force energy. I don't love this because this person really does feed on other people. And it's not just like an energy vampire, or I guess it is, but it's like an energy vampire on steroids and like super intelligent. They know how to like manipulate people to get reactions that make them feel the way they want to feel. When they want to feel desired, they know how to make people crazy, to be insecure, to chase them, to get the validation that they want indirectly, because they're too scared to just be honest about what their true desires are. You're breaking the mold of what they're used to, and it's triggering this person. So I feel like they're coming at you, honestly. And maybe if you're watching this during Cancer season, it could be during Cancer season because the Chariot here. But it's like, this is them moving at the speed of light, I feel like, towards you. But this renewal in reverse is either you have already decided that you don't want to renew something with this person, or it's the energy of like, I'm coming in and I'm burning all the bridges down because I didn't get what I wanted. Now I'm triggered and I'm just gonna fuck shit up to make myself feel better. It's like doing something or saying something that they know will really hurt you, but they need to take it to that next level to get the reaction they want. So I really don't like this. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I'm not going to make it pretty or like lie to you, because I would rather you know the vibe that I'm actually picking up so that you can act accordingly, especially those of you that want to sort of sidestep or protect yourself from this energy by knowing that it's coming and choosing to not engage or respond. That is an option for you, okay? Like, you don't have to give this person any reaction. But the Eight of Cups, NUI or NUE, is in reverse here. They don't want you to walk away. They don't want you to, they're worried that you're letting them go, that they're not going to get the success that they want. There's something about you having a lot of, they perceive you as being very wealthy, very abundant, very fertile. They tie you to the Wheel of Fortune. It's like there's something this person is getting from you that you're very abundant in, and they want you attached to them for that reason. It's very, I don't like this. This is someone who uses people and they don't feel bad about it. It's like a survival mechanism or something that they've formed. And the thing is that they are conscious of it. They're aware of it. They're strategic about it. They choose it. Even though it makes their life chaotic and difficult, they are comfortable feeling like shit and making other people feel like shit. Their signifier is the Five of Swords, defeat. And they do feel like shit about themselves inside, deep down, and they criticize themselves, but they take that and then they project it in a really violent way at the world. They try to bring other people down, especially people that really love themselves, because they don't understand how to renew themselves in that way, and it feels like unfair that someone is so naturally balanced, tempered, and in dominion over their energy in a way that this person does not relate to truly. So it's sad, but it's like, also this is kind of how like sociopaths are formed, you know, the perfect storm. So just be aware of that, because for these people, it's like the wounds run so deep, right? And they don't forgive themselves for these things, so they don't heal them. They just become like more and more of a wound that's just festering and open, and they become more and more defensive over that wound until they're so full of like self-judgment and then resentment and just all of these really toxic low vibrational emotions that are symptoms of them not looking at what the real problem is, or like their fear and their woundedness, to love themselves there and to heal. They get to a point where they're so full of like jealousy, intimidation, fear, resentment, all of these other things. There's really no space left in them or capacity to have empathy for the world around them. And that is really all that narcissists and sociopaths are. They're humans that have lost their humanity, which is their empathy. They no longer have the capacity for it because they've chosen to exist in another way for so long. It becomes who they are, and they can no longer I'm sure they could heal if they really tried, but they lose the desire to. They'd rather just control everybody else to feel like the puppet master, and because they're not in control of their own life. You know what I mean? So these people can do a lot of damage, especially the ones that know that they are like this and don't care. So just be careful, okay? Because I love you. The way this person's experiencing what they're going through is the Prince or Knight of Wands with the Hand of Cards, which says take a chance, risk, being strategic, options, not showing hand, and gambling. I don't like this. I feel like this person is about to do something reckless. That's what I feel like, and it's fueled by their ego, I feel. It's something manipulative, though. Potentially indirect. Like Like, let's say you have an online presence or something. This person might not come at you directly, but they would maybe like make a fake account and then say something that they know you could really like impact your self-esteem or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Can you clarify that a little bit? But they're kind of like living for a thrill here. This person just sort of does. They're just down for themselves, you know, and they gamble on themselves all the time, and they're very strategic. It's all like a game to them. Seven of Cups, debauchery. Why? Why? See, they're kind of just falling into it. Why? Because the Four of Wands, fulfillment. The Nine of Pentacles, gain. Me. Want. I want 7 cups of liquor poured into my mouth. I want to drown in it. This person is just, this is like the devil energy. They're just kind of deep in their own. This person's like a black hole of energy, of life force energy, and they see something that could give them energy, something that truly has power, right? Like you in your empowered state, and they just come at you like, rah, 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 like I just want to consume all of that. And I feel like they don't have a limit really. And so the way that looks like for this person maybe is that they don't know when to stop. Like, I hope that this person has never laid hands on you. Please protect yourself, because you're worth a lot more than that sort of treatment. But even if it is just verbal, you are worth more than any form of disrespect or abuse, or someone simply not considering you even. Okay, you deserve to be honored and respected, and you deserve to feel safe and loved. So anything that this person flings at you, understand that it is because they are honestly, they're not a great person. And I usually would never say that in a reading, because I'm very much someone that, to a fault, finds like the silver linings in people and wants to pull the potential out of people and help them see it themselves, because I believe that we can help each other make ourselves and one another better. But then there are some people that they just have really cemented in their mind that they don't want to, you know, they don't want to look at the things within themselves that hurt that bad. They would rather manipulate themselves into thinking that they don't exist, and then hurt other people or try to get other people to conform or walk on eggshells around them to cater, essentially, because they don't want to do the healing. And it gets dark, and it gets very manipulative, and it gets very abusive and toxic. So that's not the best. Put on your savage hat, group number 3, and say, you know, it's a no-go for me. Or you can just like, I don't know, pull an Irish exit. You don't have to say a lot, but I feel like disconnecting from this, especially if you are the star energy. Like, we're going to look at your side now, but you have a lot to give. You have a beautiful healing energy, a pure energy, and an energy that is meant for great things, not to be consumed by, I heard succubus. Only take that if that resonates, but there could be like a very toxic sexual tie here where this person could have something attached to them as well, like an entity attachment that is very sexual. If you guys don't know what succubus is, I would just Google that, look that up. It might resonate with you, but succubus. That's the female version though. There's also a masculine version, which I can't remember. I can't remember what the name of them is, but they're tied together. And it's really not that uncommon that these work through human beings who have like issues with lust, or they use sexual energy to like for power to manipulate. So this could have been something this person did or does as well. If they come in trying to charm you or trying to be very aggressively sexual with you or something like that, have strong boundaries, please. Like, maybe don't let this person into your home or like a private space to have a conversation. If you know that they can be volatile, maybe have a conversation over the phone or in public somewhere. Okay, just take precautions. Okay, better safe than sorry. All right, baby. So let's look at your side of things. So your overall energy is the 10 of coins in reverse with the destroyer. This is very scorpionic energy. The destroyer says releasing what is potentially destructive, preparing for new life. The shadow attributes are intoxication with destructive power and destroying other people's dreams or potential. I don't feel like that's you. I'm hearing, is that Drake? Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole crew fucking here. Yeah, that's off one of his first albums, right? That's what I feel like. You're at a turning point in your life, and maybe you've been at many turning points in your life where you've been brought to almost like ruin or a state of deep destruction, but it's always been to release something that you've outgrown. So you're constantly tearing your foundation apart, or you're going through experiences that tear your foundation apart. It's very like chaotic almost energy, but in more of an inspiring alchemical kind of way, because I feel like you have a deep understanding of what is happening. Like, you understand the cycles of life and that there's seasons for things. You maybe haven't always understood this, but I feel like you do accept. Yeah, you have like a radical acceptance and an intuitive knowing of the cycles that happen within you and in your own life. So I feel like you trust when things fall apart. You know that it's a purging season and that you're most likely preparing for new growth or new life. I don't think you're too afraid to let things fall apart, especially when you are in a state of confidence and like empowerment. You don't really feel the need to push things because you're not insecure. You know, it's like you're genuinely good with or without most things because you trust that what is for you, you can't miss, and it will come in perfect time. It's kind of very spiritually evolved energy. You might be very witchy. Okay. Your current chapter, phase, or era that you're in is the Tower in reverse. So that's Mars energy. And the Page of Cups with this Explorer card in reverse. I feel like you're choosing yourself over something, and it's almost giving the energy of like you are dodging a bullet in a very real way here. Some of you, this situation, like this person is volatile in ways that you have not yet witnessed, and you're dodging a bullet in the sense that this could be someone that can actually be physically abusive or sexually abusive or any kind of abusive, really, you know, or just very manipulative. I feel like you are dodging a bullet with this person, and I feel like you'll come to see more how and why that is. I feel like it will just be revealed to you, but there's something you're choosing not to explore, and you're dodging a bullet by letting this tower fall, essentially. It's like the lesser of two evils. It's just letting it fall now, not exploring it, even though I feel this was something that you were invested in or excited about. You wanted to get to know more. But you're choosing like this path of solo exploration and inspiration, and just kind of, this just feels like you connecting with yourself and being okay on your own. You might be doing some inner child healing here. This is very Piscean energy. It's dreamy, childlike wonder at the world, believes in magic. Yeah, you've got a very spiritual energy about you. This Page of Cups. Page of Wands in reverse. There's a part of you that feels slightly deflated. Justice. There's a part of you that things didn't go the way that you wanted, and so you feel a little bit let down. And it's like you innately still have this sort of innocence and lightness about you, I feel like. But there's a part of you that is disappointed, and it's like you're, I don't know, you might be taking some time to be gentle with yourself while you work your way back into being in full dominion over your life, because you feel maybe like you sacrifice something of yourself from your previous engagement with this person. There's something that you feel like wasn't fair or just in the way that they've already treated you. This is like karma is like on the horizon here and will be revealed to you. There's something about a balancing of the scales, and you're not doing it. You're not doing anything. Except for energetically, I mean, you're releasing this, which is causing a reaction in the energy, but it's not like you're seeking revenge or doing that to cast judgment or try to serve karma to this person. You're just doing it because intuitively you know it's what you need. But this person is reacting, or the universe is reacting here. I still really like this energy for you. It's like you're making the decision you know is best for you. Again, you're not afraid to release what is potentially destructive, and I feel like this person is, both to themselves and others. You're in a very renewing energy, and you're renewing both your heart and your spirit. Yeah, your inner reserves of fulfillment. So how you are experiencing where you're at right now. The King of Coins in reverse and the Golden Mirror. Self-absorbed, narcissist, one-sided relationship, love bombing. I think this is how you see this person, to be honest. And I also think that with the self-absorbed, one-sided relationship, you know that this person drains, that they consume, it's like you feel as though you feel drained. You feel like there's a part of you that needs to be renewed. And they could have taken this from you through making you feel a kind of way about yourself, where you gave up your power or you didn't act out of a place of self-respect. And they fed off of that. They got something from that. One person was benefiting. It was a parasitic relationship. And you're seeing this person for what they kind of are, or you're seeing how self-focused and absorbed they are, to the extent that they don't really care who they trample underfoot or kill in the pursuit of their happiness in any given moment or what they need. But you do feel as though something was kind of taken from you or just unfair. But Spirit's saying don't worry about karma. Death. Yeah, you're putting this to a close. You're closing this. You see it for what it is. You see the cost of holding on to it, and whatever fear was holding you back or tied to something, you're deading it. You're looking at it, and you're looking at where you have been self-destructive. like whatever drew you to this person initially, right? Or held you in some sort of engagement with them where you were allowing them to speak to you a certain way, treat you a certain way, make you feel a certain way when you deserved more, right? I feel like you're being very honest and accountable with yourself and looking at like your side of things so that you can release yourself from this. Um, You're going through this process of like renewal and liberation. This person might be coming back around to try to, I don't know, not to try to renew things, to try to cause more destruction, if anything. So, yeah. Okay. Let's look at your compatibility overall with this person. It's the Three of Swords, heartache and loss. Okay. There's also this archetype or oracle card. It says Void Burger, which is totally like engulfed in flames, up in fire. And it says burn the idols. And it came out in reverse with the Three of Swords. Like this. I'm going to see what the book says about this. But the Three of Swords, for your ultimate compatibility with this person, how masochistic are you on a scale of 1 to 10? On a scale of 1 to this person, how masochistic are you? Because you would have to be, and all jokes aside, you would kind of have to hate yourself to give more to someone like this. Group 3. I got to be real with you. This is not what love looks like. No. Nope. Yeah. No. No. Ew. No. See, no. I feel like this person tries to control and gain success as well through, like, not through spirituality, but through using their sacral energy, their sexual energy. So just watch that, okay? It's another way that they transfer or like siphon energy from others to them. Okay. This is someone that drains you a lot. You will notice that you feel scarcity and lack when this person is around, and it's because they try to control you, and so they limit you, right? It's like they want to have authority over some part of you, even if it's just keeping you on an emotional leash where you're not being fulfilled, but you're also not walking away from them. It's very draining, okay, of your life force energy and your personal fulfillment. So I don't feel like it's the best, and I'm not telling you what to do, but I love you. So I want the best for you. All right, burn the idols. It says a fiery crescendo fitting the late-stage capitalist hellscape we find ourselves in. It cannot be stopped at this point, but how we found ourselves here may be of interest to those in the business of breaking cycles. To idolize, to worship as a god, or love or admire in excess can produce ecstasy in the idolizer. The blithe serenity of the cult member, certain they have found their way back to the garden, speaks to this condition's precarious nature. While idolization and love are often conflated, they are in fact opposites. Where love is free-flowing and infinite, idolization is dogmatic and conditional. Where love is appreciation of what is, idolization is a dual pipe dream of what could never be. This is intense. If all actions produce an equal and opposite reaction, then one matter is glorified while another is vilified. More interestingly, the same glorified matter ultimately becomes vilified upon the worshipper's realization that its beloved idol reflects their own corrupted self-image, at which point the catharsis of burning the idol outweighs the consolation of venerating it. It would stand to reason the collective is better off with no idols at all. God. You know, it's interesting. I just tweeted like right before I started doing this reading, I was thinking about what causes people to be passive aggressive. And what I came to was that it is a mixture of jealousy of you based on personal insecurity, and then an intimidation level as well that makes them feel those things but not ever address it head on. And this person, they might address it head on, but they also might do it in a manipulative, like passive aggressive kind of way that you almost don't notice, that flies under the radar but still fucks with you. So just watch that, okay? But essentially, right, what this is saying is that I feel like this person, they do idolize you in some way. They are jealous of what you've got, but they want to just consume it and take it from you. They don't want to love you. They don't want to love you. A part of them idolizes you, but in the sense that they wish to control you because they see the power and the light in you. They don't want to love you. Loving you is allowing you to be free, to take up space, to be your infinite self, and it doesn't have a condition or a price tag attached to it or stipulations. And idolization, like it says here, it also causes you to not only be constantly like creating this delusion, this built up, blown up version of something in your head, but you're constantly simultaneously criticizing like what it is not, but you wish that it was, right? It's like not a great place to be. So like this says, it's better to kill your idols, to have no idols, to just know that we are all unique. We can still learn from one another. But comparison is really shit. You know, comparison is bullshit. It doesn't really serve any positive, meaningful function other than to provide context when used responsibly, right? Like in like a science experiment, comparing, you know, but not comparing people, not being judgmental jackasses of one another, and then being so insecure that we tear ourselves down and seek to defeat others. Like, it just gets messy. It gets dark and messy. So what the overall compatibility is for you and this person, I would say you're best off moving in the opposite direction of this person and thanking your lucky stars or whatever spirits are around you protecting you, or just your own discernment and wisdom, because you're dodging a bullet here. Okay, even if this person has already hurt you, it could have been worse. I'm seeing that here. Your current calibration with this person is the solar plexus chakra card in reverse with new moon eclipse. Expect powerful change. Solar plexus in reverse with new moon eclipse. This is intense. Okay, this is really powerful. You know what this is? This is like an exchange of power. That's what this feels like. It's definitely about personal power. And what I'm getting is this person, they were having their desired impact on you for a little while. Maybe before you saw them clearly or the situation clearly. They did take something from you, or like you gave your power or energy to them in some way. Maybe you assumed the best in them. You didn't see them for kind of what their true intentions were immediately. Something like that. Whatever it was for you, this person felt as though they were the more confident, empowered one. They felt like they were winning, right? How we talked about how everything is like a game to this person. Everything is strategy. It's not personal, right? It's like all's fair in love and war. But I don't feel like this person really knows what love is. They just know what power and control are. And they seek to dominate in pretty much every area of their life, including relationships, right? But there's some sort of powerful change that's occurring. And I feel like the person that felt confident is now the person that I'm just getting like an exchange of power. Like you took the crown off this person's head. And I don't think you were trying. Clarify this a little more. But I also feel that this person's insecurity now, feeling like they are now in the dark when they were in the light, feeling like maybe they had your spotlight of attention on them and they were getting that validation and love, and now you've revoked it maybe. They are experiencing this powerful change as well. I shit you not. This person does not feel like they are winning anymore the way that they were before. They feel like they've been flipped on their head, bamboozled a little bit. They're experiencing the disruption of their perceived power, which came from controlling the situation in some way, which you've now eluded them in that sense. It's like you've pulled your power back. You're not being affected. You're not idolizing them anymore either. You're not vilifying or tearing them down, I don't think, either. But I just feel like you're seeing them for who and what they are, or where they're at, what they're capable and what they're not capable of, and what you desire, where you can get it and where you realistically cannot get it because someone doesn't have it to offer you, right? So your advice. But this person could be coming in a triggered state, trying to get that power back. So I'm just, right? Like, just be aware of that. And again, like, be careful with your interactions with this person. Make sure you keep strong boundaries, and that is like emotionally, mentally, physically, cover all your bases. Your advice is this Oracle card, Y, and then the Eight of Pentacles, positive movement forward. Keep putting work into yourself. Keep asking these important questions as well that you've been asking yourself while you do the healing, right? Like, you know how we were talking about asking yourself, like, what is it that pulled me to this kind of person or kept me under the influence of their manipulation for the time that I was, kind of thing. Like, what can I learn about myself here so that I can see the truth and then release that? Learn the lesson and release that energy, because you don't need to hold on to it. You're going through some sort of empowered purge. You're asking yourself the right questions. Let's see what this says in the book for your final message. I like this. I mean, I like how you're dealing with this. I don't love that you had to deal with someone like this, because just from personal experience, I don't love it when people have to deal with this. I wish no one had to deal with this, because I know how detrimental, like how truly destructive it can be. But I also know how much strength can be cultivated and knowledge of self through these experiences too. And you look strong in that way. So I know you've got this, okay? Okay, the meanings of this card: motives, driving intention, the power of knowing the why. Okay. It says we don't always know why we engage in our relationships the way we do, mostly because our feelings aren't always logical. Now is the time to recognize whether you are being triggered by someone else or if your behavior is motivated by unresolved issues of the past. When you ask yourself, why am I feeling like this? Or why did I say that? And spend some time in introspection, the answers may be surprising. Listen to the messages from your intuition, from the knowing deep within you. What does it tell you about yourself and others? In the end, life is all about being loved. Miracles and a deep understanding of your needs and how to get them met are the buried treasures of the why. Uncover them by posing the most important and powerful question you can ask yourself and your partner today. Why? So there's definitely going to be positive movement forward for you, and it's stemming from a clearer understanding of your motives. What is truly driving you? What do you want to drive you? If you've been motivated by one thing and you want it to be something different, how can you shift that? You're setting new intentions. It's a time of great change. Very powerful change. And this person, they feel that too, which I think is another motivating thing for them. It's another thing driving them back in your direction. The star energy, right? Whatever you're doing, you're shining very bright, or you're on the way there. This person sees it in you though. And you could be someone that struggles sometimes to see it in yourself. Your own light, your own beauty, your own charisma or capacity, or the way that people do adore and love you. And you're worthy of it. Just for existing. You have a beautiful energy. Your presence is a gift. Your attention and openness and presence with people is a gift. So if someone is in your life and they take that, or they exploit you, or they seek to harm you or bring you down and take you away from yourself and the gift that you can offer other people, it's not worth it and you don't deserve it. So don't be afraid to stand up for yourself and have those boundaries, okay? I think you're healing something too, a confidence thing. And there's something about seeing who you truly are and all of your power and potential. You see it in other people a lot. I think that you're realizing that the greatness that you project onto others when you love them is your own greatness. Maybe you're just more comfortable seeing it in others than you are in yourself, but takes one to know one, kid. You see the beauty and power in others because you have it within you. And there's a part of you, I think, that's waking up to that, coming more into dominion over it. It's beautiful. So don't let any ignorant idiots fuck it up, okay? Don't waste your precious energy or your time or attention being bothered by things that are small and seek to make you small so that they can feel better about themselves, It's just not necessary. So you can have empathy for this person, but I don't feel like you need to engage anymore. Okay? I love you, group number 3. I wish you all the best. I'll talk to you again very soon, I hope. And I'm going to... why? I'm going to move on now to group number 4. Hey, group 4. Okay, you're in group number 4 if you chose the crane and the Dalmatian Jasper. Okay. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear it? It's like a very high-pitched, screechy, nails down a chalkboard sort of sounding alarm, like a fire alarm in a building or something. And it's just going off, It's just been going off. So I'm going to close my patio door, but there is a point to this. It started right when I sat down to do your group, and I was listening to it for 5 minutes, thinking that it was going to just shut off sooner than that. And I was like, my God, this is like psychological warfare. because it really like grinds on you or grates on you after a bit. And I feel like that was a message about you and this person as well. There's something that's been just very like, you know, painful, I feel like, to experience in a way. And it's put you deep in your, I feel like your feelings, but also your own head as well. Like made you think some pretty deep things. I've made my point. But that is terrible, and I refuse to listen to that for a second longer than I fucking have to. Oh my gosh, it's so, wow. Okay, yeah, this is all part of your message. Because it's like the silence is golden. Like, truly, after I close that door, it's just like a sense of peace and quiet and relief. It's like a world of difference just from that one simple action. So, this could have been something. I don't know why all this is coming through before I even get into your cards, but I'm sure there's a reason. There could have been something where the connection between you and this person has been very challenging. Why is my phone making noise? Okay, let me turn it on silent. There could have been an interruption, maybe, or something unexpected that happened when the two of you met. I feel like things were thrown off course in some sort of way, and I feel like both of you have been in this state where there's been something that you can't ignore. It's like as long as it's going, it is causing you pain, and I feel like it was something that was in your head. Some sort of unavoidable truth, maybe, but it was like it was grating, or it's been grating on you. The way that like something does, like a problem grates on your mind when you don't have a solution, you know, and you really, it's something you really fucking care about. It's like that kind of vibe. And just getting like exhausted by it. And then maybe there's a break from it, like a respite to it. I feel like you got some relief. So maybe this person was in your life and then they stepped away. And potentially, as painful as that has been, if that's the case, then I feel like that silence or that like disconnect was needed. Because there's something that feels a lot clearer, a lot easier, a lot calmer, and just, yeah, there's like a peace and a cohesion to the energy now that was being very interrupted and like broken up by that, whatever that was. And maybe even that sound was just like the constant bombardment of other people's opinions, whether just in your own mind, like thinking what other people would think about something, or actually having people speaking, you know, giving their opinions about something to you that was messing with you or something. And if you haven't already experienced this break and then clarity or whatever, then maybe this is something that is predictive that's coming for you or that's needed between you and this person if you feel like things have just been like an unnecessary grind or things have been really complicated or hard. So I don't know why that message wanted to come through, but hey, group number 4. Love that you're here. Love you guys. I have your cards laid down in front of me already, the main spread, because I'm using a bunch of different decks and I'm mixing Oracle and Archetype decks in too, but I'm going to clarify with the tarot as we go, just to dig deeper, obviously, into the energies and figure out what's going on. It's also a new day. If you're wondering, if you watched any of the other piles or the intro, and you're like, she looks different, she's wearing different clothes, blah, blah, blah. I got tired after doing group 3 yesterday. So I did all 3 of the first groups yesterday. And I planned on doing you too, but when I was done, I just got this energy of like, just rest, just go to bed, just like wind down and do group 4 tomorrow. And usually when that happens where a group is separated off energetically, there's usually a reason for that. So I feel like there's probably something quite specific or different about the energy. Yeah. It's like it's intricate. There's something that is like, right? There's something that is like painstaking and intricate and delicate, or um, something that's rare, considered rare. About this, about you and this person. It's different. I don't know if that just means it's different than most relationships like on earth at this time. Like there's something very elevated to spiritual or deep or something about it that sets it apart. Or just for you specifically, it'll be totally different than anything you've experienced or felt before. Okay. There's a lot of extra stuff that's coming through for your group. So I'm just going to take my time with you guys. I mean, I always do. You just got to work with the specific energy, honestly. You can't really force it if you want to get the most accurate message. You kind of have to listen to what the energy is telling you. So settle in and get cozy with me, and we're going to take our time with this because the energy does feel complex, which I love. I mean, I'm here for it. Don't worry about that. Okay. Yeah. There's something about grounding, cleansing the energy, easing into it, relaxing. I felt when I tapped into this energy, it was like a huge burst right through kind of like my sacral up to my heart. So between my sacral, my solar plexus, and my heart chakra is here. It was kind of similar to like when you get butterflies in your stomach and you feel nervous, but it's not like you're scared, like that you're going to be hurt nervous. It's like an excited nervous, right? Like when you bump into someone that you like really like unexpectedly and you're like, oh my God, like you're all like you know? Yeah, like when something really good and unexpected happens, it was that feeling of butterflies, like something is shifting, but it's something that you can feel. There's this anticipation like bubbling up in you. It's so cute, actually. I like this energy. There's also something super deep about this too, though, but okay. So we're going to start with your person side of things and look at their energies, where they are at, how they're experiencing that. There's a Luna here. There we go. I got it. Story of my life. And then we'll go to your side and look at the exact same thing before we do what your overall compatibility and current calibration with this person is, and we'll end with some advice. But again, keep in mind the roles can be reversed. So if it sounds like I'm talking about you with this first person, then just take it how you like. Take me how you like. All right. Okay, wow. So this person could have very prominent air placements in their chart. Or else they're just like super cerebral, like very much rely on the power of their mind, and not just like their smaller mind, but, and by smaller, I just mean, how can I explain? The less broad consciousness, the consciousness more boxed in kind of like the everyday things that it applies itself to, the human mind more so. And then there's like the evolved consciousness of higher learning, spirituality, intuition, all those types of things, right? This person is intelligent on like every level. Their mind is so strong. It's not even just the mind though, it's like truth. This person carries truth with them. They share the energy of truth. They carry truth. They have all swords. All 4 of their cards are swords. And then they also have the trickster, which is coming through as kind of like Gemini or Mercury energy. Or even Uranus, but still that is Aquarius as well. So this person's overall signifier, their energy overall, is the 8 of Swords in reverse with the trickster. Transcending convention, stuffiness, and predictable behavior. The shadow of this archetype is manipulating others through duplicity. So knowing that they can be anything and then being whatever they need to be to get what they want, essentially, would be the shadow of this. But honestly, I don't feel like there's a lot that this person is afraid of. This person is coming through as a badass. Like war god, like daddy vibes. But yeah, this is sexy. I'm not going to lie. This is sexy energy. It's they try not to get in their own way, and they don't very often because they're not afraid to look at themselves. And they do this because they're not scared of really anything, and that includes themselves. They know themselves quite well. And when new things are brought to their attention, they're not afraid to... They might step back and take time to do this, like in an isolated state, or give themselves time to process, like go through their process of whatever it is that they do. But they're not afraid to look at the wounds, the fears, the subconscious like things driving them. Specifically inside their mind, they might have strong Virgo as well in their chart, but it's almost coming through as this energy of having like refined through themselves so much. Because again, they try not to carry anything that isn't true. So it's almost this constant refining process with this person. But it's on an internal scale, which keeps their energy very, like kind of on point. Super intelligent. Like, I can't get past that. I don't even know if intelligent is the right word. They're expansive. This person's mind. Strong masculine energy. But they're not afraid to do things that shock people. They're not afraid to be looked at. They're not afraid to be the rebel, the one that stands out, to be unpredictable in a situation, and to break out of things that they are like, what's the point of this? This is someone that doesn't do things when they don't understand a point that makes sense to them as well. So like, let's say there's a law or something and it makes no sense to this person. Like, they're like, what? So then, like, chances are they're probably just going to break that law or disregard it, depending on how serious it is. That's kind of this type of person, and be like, whatever, I'll deal with the consequences if they come, when they come. They're just not afraid, and they don't back down. Okay, I'm hearing Tom Petty, so it's, what are the lyrics to that? You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. This person might have slayed some demons in their time on Earth so far, and I feel like a lot of those demons were themselves. It's reminding me of this quote. I think her name is Emma Zek. She's on Instagram, but she said, I've attended a lot of funerals this year. All of them were mine. And this person could have Scorpio in their chart or something, but because they're constantly refining, they're almost laying parts of themselves or past versions of themselves to rest pretty much constantly. The more they look at themselves, right, and grow, they're always transcending their past self, whatever that was, because they're always growing and finding new ways of doing things that keep them excited about life, keep them on their toes, like stimulated in a healthy way. Because again, they're intelligent, so they would be very bored with life if they didn't if they weren't challenging themselves in this way, you know? It's not a very intuitive energy. It's more of a confidence that comes from being very strategic, almost just like instinctually strategic. This person would legitimately be like a great god of war or like leader of a battle. You got a brave heart on your hands, guys. But seriously, it's because they instinctually, they can tell where people's next moves are, or with most of life. And they look at themselves and they see where they're getting in their own way, I feel like, pretty fearlessly as well. Anything else? Anything that I'm missing about this person? They liberate themselves from their own limitations and chains, from like fear, doubt, guilt, shame. They're not afraid to let go of anything that they feel like is not for them, is not the perfect fit. Like, this is someone who is very confident in themselves. They have come from a place of great heartache and maybe emotional confusion and woundedness. Like, this person, I feel like, has experienced deep grief. Their heart has been broken before. Maybe when they were a child. I feel this person had a very troubled childhood. If you could say that they had a childhood at all, really. It's like the energy of someone growing up very fast, not really being nurtured or pampered necessarily the way. Yeah. I don't want to look too deep because I feel like I'm getting sucked into the energy and I feel like there's a lot there. But this is this person's past experience and I don't think we really need to get too into that. It's just why they are the way they are. It has impacted them a lot, obviously. But I feel like this is someone who they learned how to take care of themselves and invest in themselves. So they've used this painful past to become stronger. Yeah. This person may not have really had much of a safe space aside from like within themselves. Especially when they were a child. Their world could have been very chaotic around them, their surroundings, but it's like they found solace within themselves and this is how they got to know themselves so well. And maybe they could only trust themselves as well. So they had to refine this truth, like almost absolute truth. Still with room for human error. Obviously, no one's perfect, but it became like instinct to them to just know the truth and act on it fearlessly, relatively fearlessly, with courage, let's say, because everyone feels fear. This person's pretty, yeah, it's hot energy. It's very take charge of their life. The current phase, chapter, or era that they are in right now is the Page of Swords in reverse and the Knight of Swords in the upright, with this oracle card, the Child, which came out in reverse as well. Came out like this. Whoa. Okay. Which is interesting because the page is the Child in the tarot. With the Child in reverse is kind of just showing an even younger version, and when you put it together, because the Knight is the next grown-up version from the page, do you see the progression? Oh, sorry, from this side or from this side. It's reversed on my screen. It always confuses me. From this side, right? It's like this person growing up, and especially this part of their life was very difficult, very limiting or oppressive, something on them. They weren't getting what they needed maybe their mind here as well. Their intelligence was not being fueled with ideas that were helpful to them, that would help them succeed in life and love themselves and know how to love. I feel like around this time, like when this person was in their teens, maybe, they had this like this breaking away moment where things did change. This is something that they're revisiting right now because it's so much detail about their past is coming up for a reason. They could be reflecting very much on this right now and like how, again, it's formed the way that they engage with people. But there's also something about, okay, I feel like that's what it is. The reason they're reflecting on this past phase of like liberation and almost excitement, like stepping out into a new, it's like maybe taking a risk on yourself, like the first time you move away from home or something. It's that sense of like you're going out on your own and you're doing something that's new, but it's a challenge and it's positive, it's expansive. It's like taking a risk on the right thing and you know it. So all you need to do is just execute the plan. And it's like that sense of, again, anticipation or excitement because you pretty much know it's going to work out and unless like some crazy unforeseen thing happens, right? So they're in another phase similar to that now. It could have been, you could have been the catalyst to pushing them into this or something else was, but they feel like they're growing up rapidly right now. Again, very much in the way that they think and perceive things. Like this person is like, okay, now I'm not a child anymore, so I must put down childish ways. There's something they feel called to like step up into. And it's this idea that like catch the train because it's leaving the station, you know, and if you're not on it, you're not going kind of thing. This person knows that if they had to catch up in their thinking about something or shift a perspective that was outgrown, it was like more childish than where they are at right now or where they want to be. That's what I feel from that. And this is also someone who may have just been sitting with information, trying to make a decision with that Page of Swords. With it in reverse, they also could have been watching you but not saying anything, like checking out your social media or just tapping into your energy but not directly speaking to you. But moving from the Page of Swords in reverse to the Knight of Swords, I think this person's taking action now. Because this is what they're currently experiencing right now. So the Nine of Wands in reverse, the Magician in reverse, Death in reverse at the bottom of the deck, the Chariot in reverse. What the fuck? This person has experienced a lot of stagnancy in the time that the two of you have not been speaking. Because I feel like you're not. Or if you are, it's very little, it's minimal, and it's not really substantial conversation. It's like not a lot is actually being said, you know what I mean? It might be very superficial or just like niceties, but it's not what it needs to be. This is someone who's dropping their guard because they're realizing that a lot of their personal power, like there's something that made them triggered and defensive here. And I feel like it has something to do with you. And it was meant to do this because it was meant to sort of push them into another state where they could have rapid growth and expansion, like personally, independently, which is happening right now. But that period showed this person something, or it is showing them something about where they had been creating difficulty or resistance in their own life. By being defensive in some sort of way, they were blocking a change that really has been needing to happen. And I think that it's something from their childhood that was still affecting them that they weren't seeing maybe. And it was something that was keeping them acting in more of an immature way, or just a way that was keeping them from fulfilling their fullest potential and approaching life in the most empowered way. So it was blocking manifestation, and it was blocking their personal transformation. Yeah. This person, I think, realized that they have, I don't know, there's something about give and take, reciprocity. There's something about like you get what you give here that this person is learning. It's like you don't pay for the train, you don't get on the train, then the train leaves the station. You know what I mean? I don't know what this train analogy is, but there's something about this where this person is maybe learning karmic lessons like action and reaction. Like, oh, if I just, I don't know. Maybe that they can't just strategize and manipulate their way to get whatever they want in life. Sometimes they have to take another approach. Love being one of those things, right? You cannot strategize and manipulate your way through love. Or if you did, it would be a very toxic connection, right? I'm not saying you shouldn't apply your mind to love, but it can't be like a game of chess. That's just not really love. I mean, you're meant to kind of get, not lost in it, but like be embraced by love. Feel the caress of love. Be like, let your heart open up. Let yourself get those butterflies. These things don't really have anything to do with like what we think. It's what we feel. Something's being ignited in this person. Something that was causing them to struggle in one area of their life, and it could have had something to do with working with other people, collaborating with other people, relationships. Because yeah, again, relationships aren't just games to strategize your way through to get what you want. That feels very cold and unfulfilling and superficial to people, right? So I think this person is realizing that sometimes other things need to be applied specifically to certain parts of their life. It's like they're balancing, they're finding a balance here. And a different part of them might be being strengthened or activated that is more intuitive or more emotion based. And I feel that they're letting that guide them right now. I like it. The Ace of Swords is their experience of this situation, where they're currently at. They're experiencing it as the Ace of Swords. They are going deep within themselves, and they are finding new layers of truth and consciousness that they did not even comprehend. Something is really opening up in this person. And it's not just like 2 + 2 = 4. This is like the mysteries of the universe, you know? This could be telepathic gifts, spiritual gifts, gifts of sight, you know, and knowing. But it's striking them with that tone of truth, that unmistakable fucking tone of truth. This person, they know truth. They know what it feels like. And they know when something is not true based on, again, like, you could not get something past this person. They would be like, something feels off. Even if I don't know what it is, I know that you're not in the resonance of truth. So whatever is being shown to this person, even if it's not their natural way of understanding truth, they still believe it with all their heart because, again, like I said, it's unavoidable with that tone of truth. They can't deny it. And this is the oracle card that came out to clarify the Ace of Swords. Love call. Someone expresses love, a message of love, thinking of you and letting you know. The Ace of Swords can also talk about expression, like saying something, speaking a truth that you know. And I just heard And if you don't know, now you know. So this person, they've discovered something that they weren't aware of. At least not the depth of it. They had to go further into themselves, into like a higher mind, a higher part of their mind. They had to go through this phase where their consciousness expanded so they could see a higher truth and understand something. And I feel like it has to do about relationships. It has to do with love, how they connected to you, why they struggle in union and connection with others, which ties to their past. But they might be expressing something here. This is how they are experiencing it too, though. So they could also feel like you're expressing love and it's resonating as true for them. Like they can feel it. And they know that what you're saying is true. It comes from your spirit, it comes from your soul. You're not faking it. There's something, you're not playing games. And maybe because this person is so used to approaching relationships that way too, they may not have believed you initially, even though they could tell, like you felt true to them. It could have confused them, which is why they needed to retreat to like figure out their shit again. Because it feels like something, and they're not used to being confused, this person. They're they could have been like fucking perturbed as fuck by this as well. Because this person is someone that's like used to knowing what's up, like pretty much at all fucking times. I feel like you threw them off because you came at them just being completely fucking real, I think. We'll get to your side, but I think that's what happened. And this person was like, wait, I forgot what true like realness and directness looks like, because again, they got a little too sucked into this mental strategy energy, and I feel like they needed to do that for their own safety and well-being at certain times in their life or in certain situations to keep themselves like safe and all of that. But they're realizing that they don't need it now, or they don't need it in every situation. There's something big that's changing about this person right now. Okay. I like it though. I like their guts, like their fearlessness. Their ability to transform as well. Like, I'm sorry, but self-awareness is just so hot. It really is. Because I find nothing less attractive than people who are scared to look at themselves, right? I guess just ignorance in general is just something I don't vibe with. And even in myself, it bothers me, which is why I seek to kind of like root it out and learn more about things that have been conditioned into me or whatever. Because we all have a level of ignorance, obviously. No one is like 110% conscious and all the time. We all have this conditioning, programming, our past biases, right? But it's really hot when someone can put their ego aside and sit with themselves and know themselves so deeply because they're not afraid to go to those dark places. And then, they take full accountability of themselves because they can see all parts of selves and accept. And then you have all of that to work with, which makes you a very powerful person. So we love to see it. We love to see it. And again, they're not perfect, right? They could have come off as quite like cold or manipulative at some point here. But I feel like you saw through that, and that's something else that they're not used to. Because most people are either not paying attention in this day and age, not truly, or they're just not tuned into the truth or intuitive enough to catch it. So I feel this person kind of slides through life. They bank very much on that, and there's a healthy side and a non-healthy side to that. So take that how it resonates. But yeah, in their shadow, they could definitely manipulate other people through just saying what needs to be said. Learning what they need to learn to get what they want. I don't know, but I don't feel like they're in that energy right now. So let's look at your side of things. The same thing for you. Okay. Okay. This is cute. You guys are showing up as pretty equal. Energetically and elementally. So I mean that in like, because obviously humans are very complex. We all have like many archetypes within us that we choose to focus on and make part of our being, or what we create as our personality, I guess. But it's like you two share many of the same. So you could both have a very, it's like you've focused on sustaining or holding on to certain parts of yourselves that are similar. So you both have a page in your energy. So I feel like you both have this childlike nature that you've held on to, an appreciation for the simple things in life, and just experiencing joy and feeling good. Like, you know, the senses, being present, prioritizing play in your life, that kind of thing. You both have that. And then I feel you both have this connection to this almost rebellious part of you that you use. I don't know, it's just quite interesting. It's showing me parallels. But at the same time, you're very different. So your signifier is the Page of Pentacles, and then with the archetype of the poet. Just a little flower child, just a little moonbeam over here, are you? Just a lover. Just a fucking lover. Fucking love it though. Look at this Page of Pentacles, like the most chill little flower child hippie, just love vibration. And then the poet, expressing soul insights in symbolic language. The shadow is turning a lyrical gift to negative or destructive effect. So having a way with words, and then the shadow would be like misusing that in some sort of destructive way. But yeah, I mean, this is cute. This is you. This is just, I love it. You could have Gemini, Cancer, Pisces are all coming through very strongly. Leo, Aries energies here in your chart, but you don't have to. You're someone who's very open. You want to experience life and all that it has to offer. And you're strong. You're very courageous, just in a different way, like almost fueled in a slightly different way than this person. You're fueled by your belief of the magic and the beauty that exists in life. And I feel like you have a very strong mind or ability to express, right? The poet, the Page of Pentacles, the Magician, which is Mercury energy, the planet of communication. And then the Sun, it's like you know how to speak your dreams into existence, and you're aware of this gift. I feel like you also trust very much the universe and that there's something greater than you. Whether that is like respecting forces of nature and respecting Gaia as being something greater than you and us just being her children, right? Or something more cosmic. Interesting. You both have super expansive energy. Yours is more feminine, theirs is more masculine. They understand like the inner workings, how to, again, strategize, assert their energy in a specific way to get what they want. And for you, it's just like you just open up to let things be shown to you. It's more effortless and intuitive with you, but with them, they've perfected the art of how they go about it too, so it feels very natural to them as well. You both have your process like very nailed down. just in life, how you express yourselves, how you want to experience the world around you. There's something here, though, where you may have had many options in love, but none that actually stuck or ended up being what you want. And I feel you have high standards surrounding your heart. Again, you're like a lover here. You won't just settle for something lackluster. The moon, yeah, strong Pisces energy. You'll cut something off if it's not like full out devotion, I feel like, which is how love should be. You shouldn't have to wonder, guess, or play games to find out like how the person that you're with feels on a daily basis. Love should be like a loyalty and something that is constantly expressed. You definitely prioritize that, and you need a partner like that as well. Otherwise, you feel limited, I think. And so while you have this dreamy nature and this understanding of the magic in the world, I feel like there's a blind spot to that, or a place where you struggle to apply that like hopeful feeling. And I think that it has to do with love because you've probably experienced a lot of drama or a lot of upheaval in your relationships or commitments that did not work. And I feel like you've gained this peaceful energy that you're very good on your own. You're very good just existing with the flowers and the trees and the stars. Because again, you're very connected to things beyond. You're like in a whole other world. And I feel like you have both feet on the ground, or at least one maybe, on the physical ground. But it's like you infuse that otherworldly magic even into the 3D. There's something very like etheric, lyrical, artistic, but also, I don't know, you're like a flower. You're like a flower. You're just poetry in motion, you know? A flower just blows in the breeze and it's poetic. It's like, that's you. This energy. Okay, so the chapter, phase, or era that you're in currently, you are in the Queen of Wands, bad bitches say what, and the Lovers in reverse. And then you also have this oracle card, the Moon. Okay. Let me see here. Sassy Pants. Miss Sassy Pants over here. Mr. Sassy Pants. I feel like you're kind of in can't tell me nothing mode, but you're like also telling yourself what you need to hear. This Queen of Wands is not afraid. It's like Lilith energy almost, especially in this deck. Such a baddie. But also, she's looking at the Lovers in the reverse over here like, if it ain't right, then I ain't bothered about fucking just cutting it the other way. Like, she's just not impressed, you know? That don't impress me much. So she's not afraid to just be like, thank you, next. Because I know that I'm hot, and not just in looks, but she knows what she brings to the table. You know what I mean? She knows what she has to offer. It was 44 minutes, 44 seconds at the time when I looked up. So you might want to look up that angel number, 4444, and see if something resonates with you there. But I do feel like you're maybe becoming aware of this blind spot surrounding love with the Lovers in reverse there. Because here, right, it's hidden under the moon. So you may or may not see this, but I feel like it will peek out at you. And it's interesting because you have this confidence that's kind of newfound confidence, or renewed love and confidence in yourself. So maybe you had gone through a rough time, but you've picked yourself up and you're starting to feel better It's like you're getting your groove back, you're coming back into yourself is kind of what this feels like, but even an updated version. It's good. You feel empowered, you feel strong, but you still have this feminine energy about you, this poetic energy about you, but there's a fire there. It's not weak. It's convicted. Lots of conviction. It's like you know what you're fighting for and what you won't settle for and why you have those standards. And the Queen of Wands is not afraid to look at, much like this person, she's very not afraid to look at her shadow. She's not afraid to be open with her shadow about with other people either. Because again, she has already acknowledged it, so it doesn't trigger her really if other people bring it up. She might just be like, why are you like criticizing me, or why are you bringing this up, nitpicking like my shit? I've already looked at it anyways, but like, who are you to be, like coming at me, talking to me about it? But it's because she's done the work, and I feel like you're going to be seeing something. I want to clarify that Lovers in reverse, Gemini energy. It's the Lovers in reverse. Because overall you're looking good. You're feeling good. Your energy is high. Spicy. Lust for lifey. Just don't forget your heart. The Hermit. You've just gotten used to being alone. And I think that there's a fear in that now. It's like a fear or a defensiveness or maybe a bit of a social anxiety has been formed. Like, oh man, this hits close to home for me. But it's like when you find this confidence and love for self and you do a bunch of deep healing and you genuinely get to a place where you're like, I really do enjoy my own company. Like, I love myself, and I like spending time with me. And then you get hurt by other people a bit, right? And kind of get to the point where you're like, being alone is actually more comfortable. And you usually don't notice when you cross that line, right? Where it's more than just taking like some healing time to yourself. But all of a sudden you're like, how long have I been sitting on top of this mountain like the Grinch, looking down at, everybody else living a life where they're actually engaging. And that's the thing. Like, no man is an island. We're not supposed to be. And the Queen of Wands is very attractive, magnetic energy. The Page of Pentacles is someone, too, who's very open to opportunities. But they need to play both alone and with others, That's part of how the Page of Pentacles learns and gets inspired. It's through their interactions with other people as well. So I feel like you've been inspired by yourself and you've renewed your own inner energies. But you're also seeing where there's been a bit of a leak, and it's the missing link or the missing ingredient, I feel like, has been deep, intimate engagement with other people, maybe. You've been a little isolated and a fear has been formed there. Like I said, a fear or a paranoia or a comfort, a social anxiety, something like this. And it might be very hard for other people to ever know that this even exists because they see you as the Queen of Wands, right? And she is like, it's like Mariah Carey energy, It's like all the confidence, diva sort of energy, not afraid to be who they are and take up space, be unapologetic. And they're not really afraid of much. And I feel like once you acknowledge this or really come to be aware of it and why it's there and how it formed, you'll come out of it. You'll apply courage just like this person does. Like, I don't think you'll let it hold you down. There'll just be another part of your shadow that you integrate, or your ego that you integrate as you learn more about yourself. But there is that element there that you're working through right now. You're very confident in your independence. You're not as confident in union and collaboration with others. It's interesting. That's the same as this person. Just for a completely different reason. Remember how we were talking about because this person is always so strategic and kind of cold, or it could come off as detached. Really, they're just very cerebral. But that's so interesting, the parallel. So both of you are struggling right now with, or you have for the last little bit. And that could have been why the beginning of this was a little bit rocky. It may not have been personal at all. It's like you both thought that maybe you, like, oh yeah, connecting is a great idea, or felt drawn to one another, but then these fears that, or old ways of engaging didn't work, or were triggered or something. Okay. Your experience of where you're at right now is the Three of Pentacles and love. Unconditional love, self-love, oneness, passion, affection, and attraction. It's funny that I mentioned the Grinch, because look at the little girl on. Look how big her heart is. That makes me think of and his heart grew however many times that day, you know, and it shows it like expanding. That's what that makes me think of. Have you been in your Grinch era, group 4? Take off the green fuzzy suit. Come on. It's hot girl summer. It's hot boy summer. It's too hot out for that. Okay. You know, this could be a couple things, but you definitely have got that unconditional self-love and acceptance and feeling at oneness with yourself, feeling genuine, like, affection for yourself. It's not that, like, I'm so hot vibe. You might have your days where you're like, you feel yourself in that way, but it's like a genuine affection for your spirit and everything that you've brought yourself through in life. It's a respect and an affection for yourself. It's true love. It's very pure and unconditional for yourself. And so in that sense, with the Three of Pentacles, you're like, I need nothing. I give myself the gold, silver, and bronze medals. Like, you know, I am in the top 3 places, right? It's almost like if you went to the Grammys and you won like Song of the Year, Music Video of the Year, and Album of the Year all in your thing. So you're taking home like all of but it's, you did it all for yourself. The Three of Pentacles is about collaboration and building something with someone outside of you, but you could be experiencing it because you're in this very independent energy and you've been focused on that love of self and refilling that you feel like you very much are capable of caring for yourself in all the ways that matter right now. Yeah, it's because you had to. You were going through some sort of pain. The Three of Swords. So you've been focused on this, loving yourself and healing your self-worth and being more confident again. You've been doing that for a reason. It's because something emotionally confused you and hurt you as well. You know how we said this person got confused and probably like a little bit riled up because their ways didn't work? Something happened with you and confused you emotionally, but it served the function that it was meant to. It turned you back towards yourself, and you've sorted a lot out within yourself, and you continue to. The other thing is, though, you might experience, and again, this could be predictive, this maybe hasn't happened yet, because this person, they're currently experiencing the energy of the Ace of Swords and love call, right? This is literally like picking up the phone now, like in a second here, just any minute, and calling and expressing. This is very much in the now energy, or happening like soon. That's what I'm getting. It's like it's your phone just went off. You know, it's like something like that. And you're experiencing the energy of, if this isn't all you, then it's like something that you feel very deeply for coming together. And you feel like you're just on top of the fucking world. And the recording's at 55 minutes, 55 seconds now. So there's massive progression. Because I don't very often notice, like, the time. But I noticed, like, the last time I looked at it, it was 44:44. So that's interesting. There could be something very synchronistic or serendipitous about this connection. I feel like it's bigger than just the two of you. There's something that you don't see about this. That's what it kind of feels like. But yeah, you could be experiencing this coming together, like in the near future. This person coming to you with some truth and expressing, or just expressing from the heart. And you feel like there's cooperation and you're bringing home all the medals. And it's beautiful. Either way, it's beautiful. And I feel like you're genuinely at peace with either way that goes, because again, you've come out of this state of grief and you have offered all that love to yourself. So you truly don't need anything right now that you're not giving yourself, and that's just a beautiful place to be. That's when you are actually the most, like, primed and prepped to give and receive love to someone outside of you. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the combined energies. Let's see what Spirit wants to say about the ultimate compatibility as well as the current calibration of this connection. Okay. Really interesting reading. I hope that this resonates with you. If it is your story, that is. I'd love to hear in the comments. Let me know. If you don't feel like, if you feel like you can, then yeah. I would be so interested if this really hits for you. It's definitely been very specific. And I've just been channeling a lot, which is, I mean, I'm always channeling, but it's hard to explain. Sometimes I'm more in the stream of consciousness and I lose track of time more often, which is why I was checking the time on yours specifically a couple times. Because these energies, you could have a very energetic connection with this person. I mean, everything's energy. So technically, but like a spiritual connection or a 5D connection. You feel each other, you're connected, even when you're not around each other, maybe. There's something like that that's here, I feel like. But I'm itchy in a place that I don't think I can reach. This is annoying. This energy is very easy to get sucked into. Like, I keep getting sucked into it, and I could dive very deep into either of you, and I'm sure the connection feels that way as well. So, yeah. It's interesting. Okay, your overall compatibility with this person. You have the Star with this oracle card that says broke is the beginning, which I will read from the book. It's such a dope star card, eh? I love it. So Aquarian energy here. It's one of those things with you and this person. I mean, it's like this with every connection that we have with another human. It really does. It's like no one is perfect, right? And no connection is perfect because, again, humans are not. So by design, by our very design, and this is because we're meant to be evolutionary creatures. And so we need those chances to learn, to push ourselves more into expansion. And we wouldn't, if we were perfect, we would have no need to, you know what I'm saying? See where I'm going with this? So it's not about there never being conflict or things that get broken or come up as resistance in connections that need to be addressed or fixed, quote unquote, healed, worked through, right? It's not that. It's just that how much are you willing to do the healing? Like you find the person that is like you're kind of fucked up as well, and you're like I can live with this, and then like you create a functioning working relationship based on truth and love, which you guys have worlds of, oceans of between you, and you collaborate on. The only difference is rather than doing it as a solo journey, you collaborate on solving those problems together, and you support one another in doing so in your independent lives as well, right? Like you just become a team. And so with the overall compatibility being the star, it's like if you're willing to heal things that come up, maybe things that break or are hard in the beginning, then the potential is endless. And it is truly that way with any human relationship if we decide to commit to it and be open to it in that way, right? But what is this broke is the beginning? Okay, it says it might not be much, but it's yours for the taking. Someone less creative, brilliant, or determined and imaginative might view this as a setback, but a trash magician will see the possibilities. Take your terror with your excitement, your uncertainty with your electricity, and let them all guide you forward. There's something that's very Uranian about this. And it's so interesting because this is the energy that I felt like surging through me. It's like an electric energy. And how I said that it walks the line between being afraid or excited. That's the energy that I felt kind of go through me. So I feel that's the energy of this connection. There's something that is literally, it's visceral. It's a physical sensation. You can feel this person's energy. Maybe when it's flowing through you, maybe in life force energy. I would say like especially when you're physically intimate or you touch this person in any way, really, like the closer you are to them physically. But this is also just, like I said, an energetic thing that I feel you guys are both tapped into. It's again, though, it's talking about like if you see it, you can see it as something that can't be fixed or something difficult, or you can see it as something broke and now I have the opportunity to grow, to be better, to expand, to heal, and to transcend this, evolve, you know? So you guys have a lot of overall compatibility. And I feel like because both of you are so willing to do this independently in your own lives, like when you come together, you'll work naturally very well together, I feel, because you kind of have that same approach. It's different for each of you, but it's the same also, you know? It's very parallel. Can you tell me more about the star? Two of Swords. It's your choice, though. You have to trust your intuition about this being something very fulfilling for you if it's what you want. Yeah. Your intuition and your spirit knows something here. It knows the Ace of Cups and the 10 of Cups. That's 11 cups. It's a lot. It's like a constant stream of unconditional love. It's everything and more. So you either feel intuitively that this is that for you, that you could get that fulfillment from this, or you feel that this is not that. And you'll definitely know. But you have this decision to make. And once you guys, if you both commit to this and you go all in, this is like an unbreakable bonding or pair. That's what it really feels like. It almost feels like two like metals coming together and they like forge into one in, I don't know. It's interesting energy. But you both have to be open and malleable to like connect in that way. So that's your overall compatibility with this person. Your current calibration to them, so where you're currently at, you have look at the big picture, full moon in Sagittarius in reverse and the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So the two of you are not seeing the big picture right now. And therefore, I feel like there's not an opportunity. There's been an opportunity that hasn't been acted on. With the Page of Pentacles in reverse. This could have been you specifically that was not seeing. There's some part of the big picture that you haven't been seeing. It's this lovers in reverse energy that's still been hidden under your moon. Because you are the energy of the Page of Pentacles, right? This won't be for all of you, but for some of you, this person had a breakthrough and you still needed to see this last thing for you both to kind of perceive that there is a bigger picture or a deeper meaning to this. Because there's something about you both need to choose it. You both need to be on the same page. You both need to go, like I said, all in at the same time. There hasn't been the ability to do that so far because you've been a little too lost in the details of something, maybe. Not looking at the expansive nature of something, but focusing more on the limitations or the boundaries. Yeah, based on fear. Based on fear. Because the Four of Wands and the Magician, there's something here that you've cultivated in your own life, Group 4. And it's this love of self. It's this joy. You light up rooms, and even when you're the only one in the room with yourself, you still carry this energy. And you're kind of magic, honestly. Like, you kind of are magic. Again, you're this art in motion. You're a magical little ethereal creature. And the thing with the Four of Wands, it's Venus in Aries. It's funny that I mentioned Mariah Carey earlier because she has this placement. So do I. So does like Rihanna, Marilyn Monroe. A lot of very specific people have this placement. And it's Venus in Aries, which is Aries is ruled by Mars, which is the masculine, obviously, and Venus is the feminine. So it's a very interesting pairing of energies. It's a fiercely independent person who loves themselves first and foremost because they understand, not because they're selfish, but because they understand that that's how they can genuinely most effectively love and serve others, is through knowing, accepting, and, having confidence in everything that they are so they can show up for people with everything that they have. Right? But the thing is, I feel as though it's very easy. I don't feel as though, I know as though, because I have experienced this, right? It's like when you're having a great time as like the party of one, I think it's easy to get a little bit protective of that, right? See? Protecting that joy, protecting that peace, protecting that, but there's actually a sense of invulnerability there. Because what if what comes your way is the Lovers in the upright? What if it's not some fuck shit, What if it's not? What if it's worth it? Then you have nothing to protect. You have something to share, right? You have a chance to bring everything that you are to the table. But I think that there's a part of you that lost hope that you would have that chance as much as you desire it and as much of a capacity as you hold for it, right? But regardless, where you're currently at, there's been a lack of calibration because there's either been someone didn't see an opportunity because they were too in their head, and I feel like this is both of you. You needed to tap more into your intuition because this is something that needed to be felt through. Very much so. Because you both had your core like element or sense that I feel like you naturally lean on as your strength to guide you through life. You had that thrown off by this situation or by one another. This person had their strategy, their mind, their equilibrium or resonance of truth questioned. And you got confused about your intuition and your emotions, which are normally very open and guide you, I feel like, and what make you so confident in yourself. So it forced both of you to go deeper into yourselves and to look at this from a different perspective. You both grew very much into new, stronger, more self-aware versions of yourself. You saw where you were playing games or bullshitting yourselves in any places, and where you might have inadvertently been like manipulating other people as a result of that too. And this happened through, I feel like, self-care, a period of self-care apart from each other. But again, your bodies may have been apart, but you were connected at the soul level. So your advice. Your advice is the Three of Cups with this All That Glitters card, which I will read from the book for you to close things off. The Three of Cups talks about having faith, having joy, being in the present moment, in the now, celebrating the beauty in each moment. This is definitely a card of being present and being like infusing every moment with gratitude. Spend time with the people that you love, spend time doing the things you love. Fill your heart, because from that place you draw in even more. It's a beautiful energy to manifest from. But there's also an energy of being open to reconciliation here. The Three of Cups can talk about reconciliation. So maybe being in a cooperative energy where you are not assuming the worst, maybe, but instead of like, because there's always that, like, what if this happens? But I would challenge you to, if that's your norm of thinking, if that comes up and you think of the worst case scenario, counter that with, okay, but what if the opposite happens, like the best case scenario? Start challenging your own thinking processes and patterns. Because again, you especially, you've got this like unhopeful energy surrounding love. Like you're just kind of side-eyeing it like, is that it though? It looks like it, but can I really trust it? Because it's looked like it in the past and then it's not been. It's turned out to be just a frog, not the prince. So you're like, you are healthily, what's the word I'm looking for? Suspicious, maybe. Okay, let's see what All That Glitters says in here. Number 16. Okay, with my feelings. Okay, so it says a need to see beyond the superficial, the desire to don a mask or dress something up to disguise its true nature, trying to be something you're not, chasing after every sparkly new thing, being mercurial. Okay, so the relationship message says sometimes we try to become something we're not to impress others. We embellish a story a bit, adding some dramatic elements to make us more appealing. The real person becomes hidden behind the sparkle and shine. Then there are times when we don't see the true value of someone else because he or she may not have the glitz and glamour that seems so desirable. Now is the time to look past the surface, beyond the mask, to the essence of a person. Who that person is, not what he or she can give you, is important. See beyond the glitter and look for the inner glow. Use the eyes of your heart. Let go of artifice and see what is authentic shine. And let what is authentic shine as well. Again, you have to see from the heart. You have to feel your way through this, right? And there is something where, because you were both thrown off in some way, right? Like both of your strengths were thrown off or like got reset. It's like the power went out and you both lost your most prized gift. They lost their like clear mind and unshakable confidence in strategy, and you lost this like or you got disconnected from this I don't know, just being so in tune with that lightness and that love and the boldness that comes with that connection and genuinely loving yourself and being in your own world. Your emotions and confidence got shook up as well. And so I feel like there's something where it may have looked like you were both wearing masks with one another, but I feel like you were both just really confused, to be honest. It's like the way that something looked on the surface with this connection, and maybe how you both looked on the surface during the beginning of this, it was not really accurate to who you are underneath. And I feel like the two of you saw and felt who you are underneath. And so you may have been confused. Like, why is this person wearing a fucking mask? But it's like, I don't feel that it was on purpose for either of you. You were just kind of like thrown aback by one another and what you were being shown about where you each still needed to grow independently. I feel like it was just confusion. Anything else? Any more advice before I let group number 4 go? Your reading is a little long. I did say that at the beginning though, so I did warn you. I like how I saw this coming. I have ESPN. All right. Tell me more about this. Any last messages of advice surrounding this connection? Let's say, what can group number 4 expect from this connection in the near future? In the near future. The 8 of Cups in reverse. The High Priestess. And the Sun. Something that you knew intuitively. Yeah. Something that you knew intuitively. Is going to be confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt. With the High Priestess and the Sun, this is something that you knew. And the sun is being shone on it. It's being brought to light. You're being validated, something that you absolutely knew intuitively. It might be that this person did not let you go. They didn't disconnect from you emotionally, or they didn't walk away with the 8 of Cups in reverse. But tell me more about the 8 of Cups in reverse. What is this? That this isn't over? I'm not sure. I feel like there's more to it than that. Like there's a lot coming to light. Or you might be receiving a huge download. The 10 of Cups again. The Page of Cups. You know, the 6 of Wands. Someone's coming in like a bat out of hell with the Chariot. Someone from your past. This person. I don't know. You're going to realize something Something's going to be made known that wasn't previously communicated. It could be when this person reaches out with this love call. This could be the expression of love, is like, I don't know. I didn't disconnect. I needed some time to figure out what the hell was going on with me because I was confused. And now that I see myself clearly again, I see what I want clearly again, and I feel like it's you. Because they're loving you and letting you know, says this card. So I feel that there was confusion at the beginning of this, though. Something that was like, something got severed that needed to be healed. But even this was meant to happen. But like, something kind of came between you, got interrupted, like I even said at the very beginning of the reading, before I started the cards. There was an interruption. And then it caused confusion and questioning of like, is this real? Am I seeing what this actually is? Is this person wearing a mask? That was meant to highlight the healing that you both had to do within yourselves. It served the function of driving you internally to do some healing that needed to happen, I feel like, if you were going to have a chance of coming together with this person. And I feel like now you've both done this, most of it anyways. You might still be integrating this knowledge of where you are comfortable, like got into a space of comfortably shutting yourself off from love a little bit. You may have said that you were still open to it, but secretly a little bit defensive under the surface. You know, we've all done it. Or I've done it, at least. But I don't know. I like this energy. There's something that's very balanced, even though I feel like the two of you are quite different. You also are the same, like I think I said earlier in this reading, in the ways that really matter. It's like you have the same values and morals, but you express yourselves and move through life in very different ways. But I feel that there's like a mutual like sense of awe, and almost you see one another as a type of muse. You're inspired, and like you have respect for the way that this person moves through life. It's just, it's not something you've experienced before. And if you come together, again, you have the Two of Swords in your overall compatibility, right? You both have to choose it. But if you do, I feel as though this will be a very loving, very expansive, very challenging in all of the right ways, though, in the ways that, again, they feel like challenge accepted, like this is exciting, this is an adventure I'm going on of self-development or learning something new so that I can be even more badass in my approach to life. Like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde vibes. Once you guys get on the same page and any misunderstandings are cleared up, I ain't got nothing bad to say about it, honey. Nothing bad at all. It looks beautiful. So congratulations, group 4. And yeah, just keep doing that work on yourself. But you're looking like a sexy little baddie over there. And I feel like you found your daddy too. So we love it. Group 4, I'm going to let you go. I love you so freaking much. Thanks for sticking with me through this reading and for supporting me. Mwah! I'm sending you all of the love. I'll talk to you again soon. And yeah, stay safe and well until then. Bye.